This is Meteo Mundo.
Friends, we are live. Rusty with you here. It is Meteo Mundo's live coverage of Major Hurricane Melissa, close to Jamaica. Significant impacts already beginning to occur. Life-threatening, devastating impacts will be arriving on Jamaica late tonight, throughout the day, Monday and Tuesday, as unfortunately this storm looks to take aim on the island. First of all, I hope everyone is doing well. This is going to be obviously a very important live stream. We're going to pass along all the newest information for you guys. Take a look at what's happening with the storm right now. Get our friends on the island prepared. Look at other areas that are going to be impacted as well. Jamaica will take the full brunt of the storm, but there will be other islands that will see some significant impacts, including Hispaniola, Cuba, and down the road portions of the southeast side of the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos as well. Going to let all of our friends come in. First of all, I hope everyone is doing fine. Obviously, this is going to be a stream we'll be on for a while. I'm going to talk about what is happening with this storm right now, what the track is likely to be, right? We'll look at what's going on across the island as we speak, and then some of the impacts to talk about. And I got to tell you something, guys. I've been doing this for a long time. I was a television meteorologist in the United States for 25 years, worked in some of the biggest weather markets, Oklahoma City for 7 years. I'm a native Floridian, worked the last 10 years in Orlando. I've seen it all, EF5 tornadoes, Cat 5 hurricanes. I've experienced them myself. And I got to tell you something, what we're going to be talking about with Melissa in regards to potential impacts for areas is going to be in the top or the top of potential impacts from a storm that I've ever discussed in my entire career. This is how important it is to spread this messaging to our friends in Jamaica and other areas. Get them prepared for extremely significant conditions in those areas. Now, the 2 o'clock advisory just came out a little bit ago. Winds are still 140 miles an hour. Pressure is down to 946 and it's moving west at 5. If you don't know, maybe you haven't tuned in since yesterday, unfortunately, and it was expected that we've had rapid intensification with Melissa overnight. It is a buzzsaw category for hurricane. You can see those bright white cloud tops, those cold high thunderstorms, very high in the atmosphere, fully encompassing a very concentric eye. And it is tracking right along that center line from the hurricane center. The problem is that Melissa is likely to not even be done with its intensification. It is forecast to become a Category 5 hurricane. Now, when we get to these high-end Cat 4, Cat 5s, typically they can't stay that strong for extremely long, meaning for days and days and days. They go under what we call an eyewall replacement cycle. And yes, there might be some fluctuations with the intensity of Melissa as it moves over Jamaica, starting late tomorrow night or early on Tuesday. But unfortunately, even at its best case scenario, it's likely to be a Category 4 hurricane as it makes landfall. And unfortunately, we're starting to lose the window of any hope to not have a direct landfall on Jamaica as well. The red that you guys see is the hurricane warning that is in effect for the entire island. We now have a tropical storm warning and hurricane watch for portions of the western side and the southwest side of Haiti, and then a hurricane watch for the southeast sides of Cuba. And we'll get into those areas in a minute. I'm just going to drop off that watch and warning right now because you can clearly see that the impacts are now finally beginning to spread over the area. These are your wind gusts from Kingston to Montego Bay. And let me make sure I get on our timestamps here. This is, of course, going to be Eastern Daylight Time. The island is an hour behind this, so it's now 2:36 Eastern Daylight Time here in the East Coast of the United States. It's going to be 1:36 in the afternoon in Jamaica. But we're already starting to see winds get into that 45, 50 plus mile an hour range. All right. So the northern feeder bands of Melissa are finally beginning to move in and bringing some dumping rains to the area. We've had significant rainfall already in the eastern parishes. And again, if you guys live in Jamaica, drop it in the comments section below. Let us know. By the way, a couple of things. First of all, I appreciate everyone tuning in. If you have a question, feel free to drop it down there. Obviously, there's a lot of information I need to impart. I'll get to the chat when I can. We have some fantastic moderators in this chat. So to my moderators, if you see a question in the chat and I've answered it verbally on the live stream, you're more than welcome to put that answer in the chat. So if someone asks about timing or intensity, and I've obviously talked about it already, feel free to drop it in the chat and help me out in that way. So again, live on this Sunday afternoon, winds are already beginning to freshen up to over 50 miles an hour. I hope that now all residents of Jamaica understand the gravity of the situation, right? About what is likely to be moving into this area throughout the day tomorrow. We've already hit the point where doing any additional prep work is going to be very difficult when you're in winds of 50 plus. And I know that we're also on an island here, right? You know, being able to evacuate is not something that is plausible. The best that we can do is obviously secure the property as best as we can and make sure that certainly if you live near the coastline, you're away from the coastline. Obviously, the Jamaican government has put out a lot of different statements on what they are asking residents of the island to do. Make sure that you heed those very, very cautiously and get prepared for what is likely to be days and weeks of potential loss of power, loss of utilities, flooding conditions. We'll get into all of that, but it's a grave situation, and I don't take it lightly. This is one of those where it's almost agonizing because the storm is still moving so slow. Now, I do expect it to pick up some forward speed beginning late tonight and through Monday, and it should continue to accelerate to the north as we get through Tuesday. And then down the road, we'll be watching what's going to be happening in the southeast side of Cuba, southeast Bahamas, and Turks and Caicos as well. You can see the wind gusts in miles an hour. They're already freshening up. Port-au-Prince has had about a 35, 40 mile an hour wind for days and days and days. Grand Turk has picked up about a 40 mile an hour wind here and there as well. So I got a lot of different things, pieces of information that I would like to impart to you guys. And by the way, we're going to be going on for a while here in this live stream. The first thing I want to try and communicate, and this is the main reason for this live stream today, right? We're going to start to really feel the impacts of Melissa tomorrow, but today's live stream is to try and impart the impacts that are going to arrive on the island beginning late tonight and then throughout the day, Monday and Tuesday. So if there's any other things that you guys can take note of, or anyone who you think needs this information, you can pass that along to them. So this is about as dire as a write-up as I've ever made for any storm, and I've done a lot of them, again, from major hurricanes to major tornado outbreaks. And this is going in line with what the Hurricane Center is discussing, and we'll look at their discussions as well. But for Jamaica, catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding is likely through a vast majority of the island. I hate to say this, but we're probably talking about feet of rain as Melissa moves through. We're beginning to get some of the heavier rain in a more consistent fashion, beginning to move over the eastern and the southeast side of the island, and that is likely to continue throughout the day Tuesday. We've got another 48 plus hours of the inundation of rain that will only be picking up as Melissa moves in. Life-threatening storm surge, and I'm going to break this down, but a double-digit storm surge on the southern coastline, including the Kingston area, is likely from Melissa, and that could even be a little bit conservative from what the Hurricane Center is talking about right now. Let me remind you, that's on top of some of the larger waves that are likely to move in as well. Extensive infrastructure damage. There's likely going to be long-duration power and communication outages for days, if not weeks, in some areas. Obviously, the heavy rain and some of the terrain that we have on Jamaica is likely to lead to significant landslides and mudslides. This could obviously wash away roads and in some areas isolate communities. There is unfortunately the opportunity that the road in and out could be completely washed out. And so if you live on Jamaica, you need to get prepared for the potential that you may not be without your simple utilities for quite some time. This could easily be the most damaging, impactful storm that Jamaica has ever seen, and Jamaica has gone through some major hurricanes in the past as well. When we talk about what's going on with the storm right now, that slow westward drift is likely to continue through tomorrow morning. We'll then start to see the slow turn throughout the day Monday, and again, even by tomorrow evening, we're still likely to have the storm at least 50, if not 75 miles offshore still. And we'll look at that exact number coming up. But the Hurricane Center right now, and there's still some play in this. I've seen some models that try and bring it in very late tomorrow night or very early overnight Tuesday. But the Hurricane Center has this making landfall basically around daybreak Tuesday morning. Then picking up forward speed from there, still being a major hurricane as it gets close to the Cuban coastline late Tuesday overnight into Wednesday, emerging off of the northeast Cuban coastline Wednesday morning as a Cat 2 hurricane, and then likely to stay a Category 2 as it moves through the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. All right. So again, hurricane warning, Jamaica, hurricane watch, southeast Cuba, and southern Haiti to go along with a tropical storm warning. I am going to assume, and then in short order, maybe even at the 5 o'clock full update, we might start to get some watches and warnings issued for the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos as well. When we look at the estimated time of tropical storm force winds, first of all, these are sustained winds of over 39 miles an hour. You've already seen the gusts that have been 40, 50, even close to 60 miles an hour in some areas. But when do we actually start to see the tropical storm conditions just move through your area and then only get worse from there? That is likely to happen by early tomorrow morning across the southern and the eastern sides of Jamaica, all right? And then just progressing north and west throughout the day on Monday, where just the deeper into tomorrow that we go, the weather really goes downhill. I mean, really goes downhill. You know, where we're in 50, 60 mile an hour sustained winds. And of course, that's before we even get the hurricane force conditions to move on shore late Monday and into Tuesday. And then those tropical storm force winds will spread out ahead of the storm, again, arriving into Cuba throughout the day on Tuesday, and then arriving into the southeast Bahamas, Turks and Caicos throughout the day on Wednesday. And on the far western side of Haiti, they'll probably just be staying in these tropical storm conditions over the next 48 hours or so as well. All right, just jumping into the chat. Again, a lot of information to pass along. First of all, if you live on Jamaica, I appreciate you guys in the chat letting me know what's going on. All that local information is great, and I've got some other local information to pass along to you guys as well. Obviously, there's a lot of people in the chat right now, and I appreciate it. Greetings to everyone. Big up to everyone. We're thinking about you guys. I'm going to do everything I can in the next couple of days to keep you guys updated as much as I possibly can. So we've got hours. I've got a lot more information to pass along, but we're just going to take our time. So I'm going to go back to the weather computer real quick, because it's one of those things where I don't want to forget things that I've already mentioned. First of all, let's see what's happening with the storm right now, right? Unfortunately, it is a buzzsaw. It is as impressive as it gets when you're talking about a storm. We mentioned this. It really stunk to look at the conditions in this area and know that a rapid intensification was likely. You know, a storm that was struggling just 48 hours ago, that was 45 miles an hour, is now up to a Category 4. So what it looks like in the visible satellite imagery. We have our high resolution visible satellite imagery. I promise you guys, you're not going to get any better information anywhere else. So I appreciate you guys tuning in. You can see the convection, the lightning near the eye. Great outflow on all four sides. The outflow is actually all the way deep into the Cayman Islands and even into the southeast Bahamas. Now, again, on the east side of this storm, look at all the moisture pulling up into Hispaniola and even Puerto Rico. You know, we will focus on Jamaica, but I promise you I am not ignoring my friends in other areas like the DR and Puerto Rico that have had some significant rain, especially in the Dominican Republic and the southern coastline. And by the way, all the numbers that you see are going to be wind gusts in miles an hour. So when we go back over here, the storm itself right now, the center of circulation, roughly about 80 miles from Kingston, south side of the island. I don't expect it to get much closer today. This basically due west movement where it's paralleling the Jamaica is likely to be about the same situation through today. Now, the storm is getting larger, right? As it's become a Cat 4 and is still forecast to become a Cat 5, it will likely grow in size as well. And of course, that's going to expand the wind field. The tropical storm force winds, if we look at the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center, here we go. Tropical storm force winds extend 175 miles or 280 kilometers from the center. Now, at this point in time, your hurricane force winds are about 25 miles from the center, but when you have a concentric storm like this, that's probably in all four quadrants. But to give you an idea of what that really looks like, and these tropical storm force winds are going to be northeast of the center. So your sustained tropical storm force winds extend almost to the western peninsula of Haiti. And so as the storm moves west and everything in a counterclockwise fashion rotates in, we're going to just continue to see these tropical storm conditions become more prominent and more consistent, especially over the eastern side of the island. In the short term, and again, if I go 175 here, right? So we've covered the entire island. In the short term, the eastern side of Jamaica will get the worst part of the weather, okay? As the Melissa pulls west, it will drag the worst weather across the island. Now, where exactly landfall occurs will have some significance as far as the impacts that particular parts of the island will see, and we'll look at that. But because Melissa is such a large, major hurricane, even in the weaker western side of the storm, the impacts are going to be devastating. It's a sad scenario, but when you have a storm this large, if you just were to superimpose this over the island, sure, the wind and the storm surge is going to be bad along the center of circulation and just east. But even in the western sides of the island, if the landfall is in the center of Jamaica, it's still going to be extremely, extremely significant. Now, when we look at how this storm is going to track, right? To be clear, again, we never really focus on the center. We know that the impacts are to be felt very widespread, but looking at this just as far as where or when this is going to start heading in, that turn is likely to happen tomorrow morning when it's still about 75 miles away. But then as we get through the afternoon hours tomorrow, you start to see we're down to about 35 and then landfall occurring again as we get into early on Tuesday morning. So we'll stay with that 75-mile buffer for now, but that curve back to the north. And for anyone asking, is there an opportunity that this storm does something unexpected? Of course, there's always that possibility. But everything that I have seen, and I mean everything, leads to a direct landfall on Jamaica from Melissa. It's a sad situation, but that is the one that we are dealing with at this point in time. Appreciate everyone tuning in. First of all, appreciate everyone, all of my Meteo Mundo community. You guys are fantastic. I know Jamaica is going to be very prominent in this chat, but we've got other areas, including the United States, and all of that to go along as well. Now, before I get too much further into things, if you'll give me an opportunity to just remind everyone that Meteo Mundo is sponsored by the leading law firm of Central Florida, your hometown homeowners insurance attorneys. They offer free consultation and policy reviews. You do get property damage of any kind. They can walk you through the insurance claim process. You want to support someone who supports the channel, and they're a very important supporter of the channel. It's leanonmelaw.com. If you guys would like more information, we appreciate Lean Law being a partner of the channel and allowing us to bring you this coverage. So I want to move on now to, and I have to, there's so much going on as far as graphics go. So give me a second here just to make sure that I'm exactly where I want to be. Let me give you an idea real quickly here of the fact that it does look like there's not a lot of wiggle room to having this storm do something unexpected. This is the Google DeepMind model. It's been very good with this hurricane season. It is an ensemble product, just like we would talk about with the GFS and with the European model. So there are 50 different iterations of this model that are running. All 50 of them have a landfall in Jamaica. Yes, some of them are closer to Sav-la-Mar and Negril and Montego Bay and Westmoreland and Hanover parishes, and some are a little bit farther east, even a little bit east of Kingston. But the majority of your tracks take it basically where the Hurricane Center has its center line, which is one reason why the Hurricane Center has placed it there, because they put some weight into the Google DeepMind model. But if you also look at these lines that are purple, that is Cat 5 strength. So the vast majority of the Google DeepMind models have landfall Cat 5. Right now, it's forecast to be Cat 4 because there could be some fluctuations. But here's the other thing that really stinks. When we're talking about the damage to infrastructure, you come to a point, friends, in reality, where the intensity of the storm doesn't really matter. And I know that sounds weird, because it's going to go in the record books as a Cat 4 or a Cat 5 with a certain speed. But here's my point. If a building can be destroyed in 160 mile an hour winds, it's going to be destroyed in 140 mile an hour winds. It's going to be destroyed in 120 mile an hour winds. And it's likely to be destroyed in 100 mile an hour winds and maybe even slightly less. Obviously, depending on if it's concrete, if it's wood, what's the roof made out of? Is there, metal components? Obviously, how, secure that, building is. But you do get to a point where, yes, it might cause a little bit more tree damage or other things, but 140, 150, 160, appreciably, we're going to get the same impacts across the island. But it's sad to note that, again, it could be this strong. Now, I want to talk about, and sorry, again, I'm bouncing around in some of these graphics. I want to make sure I do this in the correct order. I want to talk about the impacts that we are expecting with this storm, okay? And again, this is based off of the Hurricane Center and their data, but I want to pass along this to you guys. We'll start in the eastern side of the island. Remember, landfall at this point in time is expected a little bit east of Kingston early on Tuesday morning. If that scenario plays out, these are the impacts we would expect. For Clarendon, St. Catherine, Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Thomas parishes, especially closer to places like Hayes and Old Harbor and Spanish Town and Kingston itself, we're likely looking at 130 to 160 mile an hour sustained winds, gusts that could be even higher. I almost swallow and choke to say that the gusts with a storm like this could be 190 miles an hour or higher. But that is what would come with a sustained hurricane of 155 to 160. And even if it's a little bit less, 140, 145, we'll probably have some gusts of over 180, okay? So for the southern coast, east of landfall, we're looking at sustained winds of 130 to 160. On the north coast, because the storm is moving quickly, and there's not a lot of distance north to south in the island, so Ocho Rios and Port Maria and Port Antonio, up towards St. Anne and St. Mary and Portland parishes, you're still looking at 120 to 140 as the center closest pushes to you, right? Potentially a little bit lower out far east towards Morant Bay and Morant Point and Fair Prospect and areas like that. Y'allis is likely to continue to see the same conditions Kingston are. These are all life-threatening, significant wind conditions, okay? Locally, near Kingston and Old Harbor and other areas of the southern coastline east of the center and where it makes landfall, we're likely to see a 9 to 13 foot storm surge, okay? 3, 4, 4.5 meters above ground level. And friends, that's on top of the seas and the waves. Remember, the storm surge is just simply the wall of water that the storm pushes with it. But you are going to have local effects and local waves that will be on top of that storm surge. This is as life-threatening as it gets. And I want to be clear, based on what I've been seeing with the wave heights, now this is from the Hurricane Center, 9 to 13 feet, it's likely too low. And it's likely to be higher than this in some spots if it comes in as a high in Cat 4, low in Cat 5. They've already upped this number once from when I mentioned it. It was probably too low in yesterday's video. And it's not going to surprise me that at some point in time before landfall, this number is somewhere more like 10 to 15 or even higher than that. The storm surge that could come along with Melissa along the southern coastline of Kingston could be historic. All right. And we haven't even gotten into the most widespread impact, and that is the amount of rain that could fall on the eastern side of the island. Friends, we're talking about 15 to 30 inches of rain throughout the entirety of the storm. So that is what is falling right now and all the way through late Tuesday or early Wednesday when Melissa finally pulls away. But what could be left as far as rain could be feet of rain. 15 to 30 inches, locally up to 40 inches of rain. That is more than 3 feet of rain, or 375 to 1,000 millimeters of rain that could fall between now and late on Tuesday. All of this is as devastating and as life-threatening and as catastrophic as we could be talking about. On the western side of the island, all right? So kind of Manchester, Trelawney, west, St. Elizabeth, St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover parishes, excuse me. You guys know I've been drinking a lot of water. So I'm just looking right now. Some people are saying they've already lost some contact. That is a possibility, right? Where we're going to start to see cell service and power even go out before this arrives. I know that I was speaking with someone on the island earlier, and they are having really spotty cell service already. So for the western side of the island, again, if landfall is somewhere here, that means we will be on the west side of the storm, which means that the winds will be from north to south, right? That does counteract some of the storm surge because as the water is pushing in, the wind direction is the opposite direction, right? Whereas on the east side of the island, let me step over here, whereas on the east side of the island, counterclockwise rotation, right? The east side of the storm, winds from south to north are in line with the direction of the storm, the direction of Melissa. But on the west side, your counterclockwise winds are going to be coming north to south, negating, if you will, some of the forward motion of the storm. So we see the weaker side on the west side, and we see the lower storm surge on the west side. But these are still outrageous numbers. These are still as catastrophic, if you will, important, even in the far western side of the island. And I want to be clear, there's no guarantee at this point in time that this storm is making landfall exactly where X marks the spot. I do expect it to make landfall somewhere on the island, but it could be farther west, putting more of the island on the dirtier, stronger east side of the storm. But even then, for Black River and Treasure Beach and Savlamar areas, Santa Cruz and Negril and Lucy and Cambridge and Montego Bay and Falmouth, we're still expecting along the coast 120 to 140 mile an hour winds. So you're still looking at Cat 3 to maybe even Cat 4 winds from the storm. Obviously, the closer to the center you're going to be, the more significant those winds are. The northwest side of the island, again, likely 90 to 120 mile an hour winds. I seriously doubt there's any area that avoids hurricane force winds. Maybe we're more on the Cat 1 to Cat 2 on the western side of the island based on this track. But how large Melissa will be will tell that story. And again, everyone, tropical storm force winds. Western side of the island, it's a little bit harder to pick out because there could be slightly drier air on the western side overall. But appreciably, I think we're looking at 10 to 20 inches of rain and locally up to 25. That's 250 to 625 millimeters. And again, you've got some of the hillier interior sections of the western side of the island. You have the opportunity where, we could have significant flooding into lower levels and lower areas on the west side. So this amount of rain is still extremely devastating. It may not be 30 plus inches, but again, you get to a point where this rainfall is likely to cause significant issues, whether it's 10, whether it's 15, or whether it's 20 inches of rain. So 250, 375, 500 millimeters of rain, or even locally higher. But would expect the storm surge to be slightly less. But if you live along the southwest coastline, imagine what 6 to 9 feet above ground level of a storm surge could bring your way. For my friends in Hispaniola, the Dominican Republic and Haiti, look, it has been a horrible situation there. The flooding in Haiti has been tremendous. This continues. They could also get 15 to 30 and locally up to 40 inches of rain, 375 to 1,000 millimeters, again through Wednesday. They're going to see sustained winds in the tropical storm force on the west coast, so Port-au-Prince, Lacaille included in that, 35 to 50 mile-an-hour winds with some higher gusts. There's not as much consistent rain on the Dominican Republic side, Barahona, Santo Domingo, San Pedro de Macorís, Punta Cana, northern side of the island, the Samana Peninsula towards Puerto Plata, but heavy, significant flooding rains continue towards the southern coastline. So that's the biggest issue for the Dominican Republic is the life-threatening rain. And again, very high terrain island, some of that rain getting into the lower areas, quickly flooding, reports out of both countries to the extreme as far as flooding goes. Okay, so I've been in contact with some of you guys on the island. Want to check in real quickly here with our friend Alex in Kingston. He's got an update for all of us about what's been happening on the island so far today. So here's a quick video from Kingston from Alex.
Hey Rusty and guys over at Meteo Mundo. Quick update for you. It's 9 a.m. here in Kingston, Jamaica, 9 a.m. our time. Remember, we're an hour behind the eastern coast of the United States. So far, we're not getting any real wind gusts yet. The air is fairly calm at the moment. We've started to see the first consistent rainfall bands moving in from Melissa coming from the southeast. Rain is getting intermittently heavier, and as you can see, the visibility is beginning to deteriorate at this time. No flooding reported so far. You can also tell that the clouds are thickening above us, and I must say that I can feel that the pre-storm pressure drop is taking place. That's still heavy air before the winds begin. You can tell the system is drawing closer, even though the core is nowhere near us yet. But there you go. This is what it looks like. That's actually a view of Kingston. This whole the land right below us is Kingston, Jamaica.
Okay, appreciate Alex sending me in that video. And again, and moderators, you guys want to put this in the chat for me. You want to send me a video like that. Don't send it via email, but just email me at mymediamundo@gmail.com. And I will send you guys the instructions with that. We'll check in with Alex again. He went down to the Kingston Harbor. We'll look at that. Got some other video to pass along for you guys. But part of the coverage that we wanted to do here is provide you guys with what's happening across the island at this point in time as well. So appreciate that. And again, as you would imagine, we continue to just get worse conditions moving into the island, and that's just only going to continue to be a situation for the Kingston area. This is a look to the radar out of Jamaica, just to show you that we are getting the complete eye wall now being shown on the radar. You can see that the bands are beginning to move in. They're just going to be a little bit more prominent over the next couple of hours. That heavier yellow, by the way, your intensity, your greens are your lighter rain. As you get through the yellows and the oranges and the red, those are higher reflectivity and heavier rain. Not a lot of lightning. There's a few lightning strikes here and there, but that bulk of really significant rain, it's still like 20 miles offshore, but the northern edge of that is beginning to scrape, closer to places like Yalis and Morant Point, and should just continue to drive in the remainder of the day. All right. So checking in, and we do appreciate Alex. I hear you guys too. It is a sad situation when you look at the video before the storm and what is likely to happen after the storm. I don't like to think in those terms. You know, we hope for the best, but we prepare for the worst. And again, any information that your government and your officials are giving you guys, you want to make sure that you are heeding to that as far as any preparations that you guys you need to make. Obviously, hopefully you have a lot of non-perishables if you can, fresh water, to be prepared for the opportunity that we lose utility on the island for not only days, but for potentially weeks at a time. It's not out of the question that that kind of significant infrastructure damage will come along with Melissa. We will get a 5 o'clock update from the Hurricane Center with a new track and all of that. I don't expect it to change much though. And again, this is your 2 o'clock numbers. Winds are 140. It's a category 4. Pressure's at 946, which has dropped in the wind, and it's moving west at 5. It's picked up just a little bit of forward speed, but for a hurricane eking along at 5 miles an hour, it's not going very quickly at all. Jump back into the chat here. It's been a while. First of all, it's great to see everyone. While you're here, I do appreciate you taking a quick second and hitting that like button for me. Appreciate you guys supporting the channel as well. Welcome to all of our members of the channel. You guys show up in different colors. I've got my moderators as well. So I think we're running like a well-oiled machine in the chat. Good to see everyone. Again, here, let me just, I'm in this administration mode, and man, oh man, sometimes it's not great. Yeah, Tan, the storm is larger, there's no doubt about it, than the entire island. Hi, Linderly, I am live. And look, I mentioned this in yesterday's update. This is going to be a marathon. It is not going to be a sprint, right? I will likely be on, obviously today, certainly tomorrow and Tuesday, and then likely on Wednesday as well as the storm moves into the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. So we've got a lot of live streaming days coming up. And if you want to be a part of the collaboration and send me some videos, just like Alex did, which nice walk and talk, you know, describing the situation, again, email me, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. We can pass along some of that information. Thank you, Blue Goose. Appreciate the kind words. Does it move any faster? So it's expected to pick up some forward speed as it crosses the island, but it's not going to move very quickly through at least tomorrow morning. You know, very slow 5, 6 mile an hour movement is likely. And you can see, again, it's basically following this center line, at least from the Hurricane Center recently. So it might pick up a little bit of forward speed as it approaches the island. One way that you can tell is if these plot points are farther away in distance. It's the same time frame, but the storm should really accelerate as it gets picked up by this trough south and west as it goes over southeast Cuba into the Turks and Caicos. But for Jamaica, it is likely to still probably be moving in that at most 10 mile per hour range, maybe 12 as it goes over the island, not very quickly. And the other issue, and I know I pointed this out in the videos, is that remember, the northeast quadrant or your right front quadrant of the storm is the strongest. It's because, and here's an easy way to help you guys visualize this. I'm going to bring on these contours of winds. So you guys can see, right? This is an area of low pressure in the northern hemisphere. It's going to spin counterclockwise, right? The movement of the storm and the winds rotating around the storm are net positive on the northeast side. They're going in the same direction. The storm is moving west. The winds on the northeast side are also moving west. So that's the worst part of the storm. What's the quadrant that is going to be over the island the longest? It's the northeast side with this motion, especially for the eastern half of Jamaica. So that's my other concern, that unfortunately, given this scenario and slow movement, you get the worst part of Melissa over the island the longest, which is going to come with the storm surge, the very strong hurricane, major hurricane force winds, and then all that heavier rain on the eastern side as well. If you notice from the moisture here, right, look how far east from the center, the moisture expands hundreds and hundreds of miles. West of the storm, sure, there's a little bit, but the air is much drier with the northerly winds, which is why the Cayman Islands, they will get some impacts. They'll get some squalls coming in. They'll get some locally heavy downpours. But if you notice, I haven't mentioned the Cayman Islands much, even though they're very close to the storm, because of this movement, right? And even central Cuba would be in the same situation. Anywhere far enough west away, because of the much drier air, and so the wind field's a little bit shrunk on the west side as well, is not likely to see nearly the same impacts. But Jamaica, it's about the worst case scenario as far as track goes. But good question. I appreciate it. I know I see a lot of you folks are talking about the power issues as well. Yeah, obviously, generators, having some kinds of backup battery, you know, if you can. I know that everyone doesn't have that capability, but that's going to be more vital as we go, you know, into storm recovery mode, which will look very different for so many different people. But infrastructure-wise, utility-wise, you know, power, and, you know, got to have electric to pump the gas, right? Things like that, that is likely to be offline for days, if not even weeks. And that's direct messaging from the Hurricane Center, okay? All right. Like I said, I spent some time putting a lot of things together for you guys, because this, by the way, let me be clear about this. This live stream is to talk about what's happening with the storm, to get friends on Jamaica and other areas that are being impacted prepared, right? Starting tomorrow, we're going to be in like storm track mode, like what is happening with this storm now, exactly what it's doing. You know, that's going to start tomorrow. We still have some time to talk through a couple of things, and so that's what we're going to be doing here. This is the European deterministic model. It's been pretty spot on, right? If you look at your time frame on the top of your screen, you're just going to continue to see a really slow movement. Now, just like all the other models, it can't handle how strong Melissa has already gotten. The pressure is too high. The storm is too weak. So more than anything, it's just track at this point in time with the Euro, because it's just underperforming, and none of the models can get it. I mean, the Google DeepMind having this as a Cat 5 is about the best that I've been able to see here. But you can see the slow movement finally accelerating a little bit into Wednesday, southeast Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, southeast Cuba. So again, one more time, top right side of your screen, throughout the day today, as we get into early on Monday, that slow west track. This is 7 a.m., now about 8, 9 a.m., now beginning to finally turn later on Monday, and landfall with the European model would be before sunrise on Tuesday, right? Potentially still impacting the island directly by sunrise, but it's a little bit before sunrise on Tuesday morning. And then as we get into Wednesday afternoon, moving into the southeast Bahamas. The rainfall totals on the European model, extremely significant. Again, this is in inches, right? 3 feet is 36 inches. Purple line, anything above 20. Again, the legend doesn't go above 20 inches, but it can pick up the actual maximum within this map. And so you can see along this line, we're over 20 inches of rain at least, the central and the eastern sides of Jamaica, southeast sides of Cuba, and potentially pulling some double-digit in inches rainfall totals over the southeast Bahamas. Now, obviously, you know, the islands are much more spread apart in the southeast Bahamas, but places like the Acklins and Maiguana and Inagua, and obviously the Caicos and the Turks need to be very aware of this storm. I'll be monitoring it for you guys, because those areas should be east of the center. So you guys will also be on the worst side of the storm. Now, we have a few days to monitor, but you guys need to be in preparation mode. If I just listed you off, the Acklins, Maiguana, Inagua, Turks and Caicos, you need to be prepping again for what is likely to still be a major hurricane to move through your area. It's going to be moving quicker as it gets into the Atlantic. and should accelerate pretty quickly north and east. So the rainfall totals are not likely to be nearly as significant as what we're going to see over Jamaica and portions of Hispaniola and southeast Cuba, but the wind impacts could also be catastrophic. This is the half-day model. It is a high-resolution tropical model. If you guys are normal viewers of my updates, obviously when we get into hurricane mode like this, I show this pretty often. I think this has a very good handle on what the storm will look like as far as a simulated radar or the rain. And you can just clearly see how long that Jamaica stays on the north and the east side of the storm to bring the potential rainfall totals that the models are showing. So again, we have this west movement, all of the heaviest rain and storms on the northeast side. Notice how that's the part of the storm that impacts Jamaica the longest. On the halves A, you have landfall a little bit later. This would be more like midday Tuesday, maybe right around the noontime hour. So there still is some wiggle room in how fast Melissa ends up going. I don't think landfall is likely to occur Monday, but anytime after midnight Tuesday is probably still a possibility, right? And yes, nighttime landfalling hurricanes are horrible, especially if we're talking about a Cat 4 to a Cat 5, all right? So that's the simulated radar, and you can see why we have the potential for significant flooding in southeast Cuba and potentially some heavier rainfall, but certainly a lot of wind impacts into the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. Let's see here. I'm just going through everything I got, so please excuse me. All right, let's go back up here. I'm gonna click on one other thing real quick. Yeah, okay, let's do this first. This is perfect. I've taken a snapshot of the significant wave heights, okay, from the European model. Now, I want to be clear. This isn't even maximum wave heights, but anywhere that you see these oranges to reds, these are 20 to 25 foot wave heights, okay, which starting tomorrow morning, in advance of the storm, are likely to start to push a wall of water into places like the Kingston Harbor and other areas and other bays on the southeast side of the island, especially. So unfortunately, Kingston is an area that is likely to get some of the most significant water inundation from the storm because, again, look at your wind direction. It's pushing the water onto the coast. Whereas on the western side of the island, the wind direction is pushing away. Now, that doesn't completely negate the storm surge because that wall of water that's developing is still significant, but it does help to mitigate it a little bit. So I'm really concerned again about the southern and the southeast coastline and maybe even, the due east coastline as well. St. Thomas and Portland parishes kind of just right on that eastern flank of the island, for the opportunity for some significant storm surge. So this is just a quick map of some of the areas here. I'm going to take myself off camera because while my eyesight is fantastic, I'm going to have to get up close to this. But if you guys know this area of Kingston towards, by the way, I spoke to Alex real quickly, Port Royal and the airport there, the Norman Manley International Airport. I was like, please tell me that there's no airplanes left there, right? They've all gotten out. He's like, yes, they have. But I'm very concerned about these areas, right? Like Coleman's Bay and Wreck Bay and the Maiden Key area, Little Goat Island, Great Goat Island, Portland area, Cologne Bay, places like that, Harbor View. If you guys see that you live in this area, this is where I'm most concerned about the storm surge. And the reason why I'm most concerned about the storm surge in this area is the winds are going to be coming from southeast to northwest. And the orientation of the coastline, especially here over towards Old Harbor, it's going to literally pile up that water. The wind from the storm is going to be coming right up into the bay and into Port Harbor. And even here, likely, right, over the Port Royal area, likely this is going to be completely flooded, right, with the water inundation going into portions of Kingston. Because if we're talking about a 9 to 13 foot above ground level storm surge, right, if you think about, where are we 13 feet high in these areas, it's likely very little. And again, I'm pretty adept to Jamaican, geography and areas, but you guys know these areas even better than I do if you live around the Kingston area. Portmore, Spanish Town, Old Harbor, even up to Halfway Tree. So you guys understand the coastline. You guys understand where we have, the yacht club and where we have harbors and where we have fishermen. And all of those areas are unfortunately likely to see significant flooding and inundation of water. And that is likely to spread fairly far inland. It's obviously going to depend where the low-lying areas are in this map. But as far as the immediate coastal storm surge, if I had to pick a spot in Jamaica that I'm most concerned about based on the Hurricane Center's landfall center, it's going to be just east of landfall, and this is the area that is likely to have the worst of it. Let's check out another video. Speaking to Justin, Justin lives in Treasure Beach, all right? Great Bay, Treasure Beach. Sent me a report about what's happening along the coast there, so I want you guys to check it out with me.
All right, I don't know if you can hear this video because
Saturday, October the 25th, about coming up on 10 to 10. Yeah, the waves are definitely getting big, coming up higher on shore. This shoreline Great Bay normally has about a dozen fishing boats out. They've all been pulled right in now. You can see there's a lot of natural channels running from inland out to sea. We've had quite a bit of rain the last few days, and so you can see it's beginning to pull here already before it heads out to sea. This is going to really start
Sarah,
to pick up soon. The rain's actually just started a few minutes ago. As you can see, lots of pooling here still. Then that's Pedro Bluff. Maybe give us a little bit of protection. As you look out to sea, dark clouds. The sea's coming right their way in now. So more to follow later.
Appreciate Justin sending it in. By the way, he wanted me to point out that he did record that this morning, even though he said Saturday, October 25th. He's like, I don't know what I was thinking. But it's very interesting because when you're in this situation and you're a local and you see this, little things like the exact date and the exact day of the week, they go out the window, right? These things that we emphasize on a daily basis, they really do go away when you're really discussing, okay, how do I protect myself and my property and my family as much as I possibly can? So I totally get it, right? He's like, I don't know why I said Saturday the 25th, because I know it's Sunday the 26th, but that's the situation, right? Those little things in life, they just kind of go away. The days all run together because the most important thing is you're preparing yourself for what is to come. But that was from today. And yes, isn't Treasure Beach beautiful? Fantastic part of the island. So many are. And again, I hope that, I hope that these areas are recognizable when this storm is done. I'm concerned about what could end up befalling these areas and what the before and the after pictures look like. There's not much we can do about that, my friends. There's nothing we can do about it. But hopefully get everyone prepared here who is going to be in the impact of this storm. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, and we do have, I think, about 2,000 of you in here, I really appreciate that. Again, this live stream is meant to get you caught up to date with what's happening on the island. We have plenty of videos from some friends on the island. We're going to take a look at what's happening with this storm right now, look at the likely track and the likely impacts. That will be today's live stream. Starting tomorrow, we're going to be in just full out storm mode. We're going to be covering the storm as it really begins to impact the island. And I say that, and even right now, we're getting 50 plus mile an hour winds beginning to move into the island. So the outer bands are beginning to start to affect the island. Now, because of the more due west track than anything through the rest of today, we're likely to keep the core of the storm a little bit farther off towards the south than really beginning to creep in the hurricane conditions. So I'm not expecting us to get into sustained hurricane conditions on Jamaica for today, but picking up the rain and picking up the wind and it just becoming steadier and steadier throughout the day and into the overnight hours is what I'm calling for. Now again, southern sides of Haiti, in the Dominican Republic, heavy rain and storms continue to move through that area. We're going to have potential hurricane force gusts on the peninsula of Haiti, but likely staying in the tropical storm conditions here. It's more about the amount of rain that has fallen. And there's even been some thunderstorms here, and even some thunderstorms that have worked their way across Puerto Rico and portions of the British Virgin Islands for today as well. Not as consistent over here, but we are picking up some winds from time to time in the 20, 25. Even Ponce had about a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust earlier. We're starting to see the winds even freshen up towards Santiago de Cuba on the southeast side of Cuba. And from time to time, Grand Turk has popped up about a 30 to the 35-mile-an-hour wind. My friends in the Cayman Islands, let me know how you guys are doing, but relatively speaking, it's a quieter day here. Again, if you look off towards your east, a little bit of that cloud coverage beginning to roll into the area, but being on the western side of the storm, you are on the better side. And this is what it looks like on the visible satellite imagery. Again, this storm is unfortunately a classic buzzsaw. We have very high heat content in the ocean, 30 to 31 degrees Celsius. And again, as we get a little bit later in the day and the sun gets a little bit lower in the horizon on this visible satellite imagery, we get these shadows, and you can see how clear that eye is right now. It's a monster storm. The outflow, your classic buzzsaw appearance to it. Good outflow on the west side. There's nothing, unfortunately, stopping this storm from continuing to want to increase in strength as we go through the rest of today, and that is the forecast, where we have what is probably going to be a high-end Cat 4 or a low-end Cat 5. Now, again, from the Hurricane Center, and I've talked about this in previous updates. If you guys don't know, the information that I use actually comes from the United States Navy, all right? They coordinate with the Hurricane Center, and a lot of that you see during the updates at the main advisories, which is going to be 11 a.m. By the way, these are all going to be Eastern Daylight Time. So 11 a.m., which is 10 a.m. on Jamaica, then 5 o'clock p.m., 11 p.m., 5 a.m. Those are when we get track updates from the Hurricane Center. But the Navy actually puts out track updates and even intensity updates in between in the intermediate advisories, which are the 3-hour updates, the 2 o'clock advisory or the 1 p.m. advisory on Jamaica, and then 8 o'clock and 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. Okay, so you'll see that on this latest one, you don't see a 5 here. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that the Hurricane Center doesn't have it becoming a Category 5, but the Hurricane Center did have this making landfall as a Category 4, and that's what the Navy has as well. And there's been no change in the track update. If you guys joined me for, I believe it was yesterday's video. If it wasn't yesterday's, it was Friday's video. I mentioned where I said, look, you're going to see this track line is slightly different from the Hurricane Center, but more than likely all you're doing is getting a preview of when the Hurricane Center's next full advisory comes up, where they're going to shift the track. And that's exactly what happened. So more than likely when we get the 5 o'clock update from the Hurricane Center in about an hour and a half, we're going to see this center line be about where it is right now. Again, the impact's going to be felt so much more far and wide than that, but as far as where landfall will go, and then we'll see if the Hurricane Center still has it reaching Category 5 intensity. Remember, it's 140 right now, so we got to go, 17 more miles an hour to get to the Cat 5, which is still certainly plausible. But these storms have a tough time staying this strong for very long. We go through the eye wall replacement cycle. They kind of blow their tops a little bit, and then they go under fluctuating intensity. But as I've already mentioned, appreciably, whether this storm comes on as a Category 4 or a Category 5 is really not going to matter much, unfortunately, because of the high wind that is expected regardless, and what that's likely to do to the infrastructure. Again, if a building is going to, go down to the foundation in 160 mile an hour winds, it's likely to do that in 140 mile an hour winds. It's likely to do that in 120 mile an hour winds. There's not much appreciable difference to the infrastructure. Again, it matters if it's concrete, if it's wood, metal, what's the roof, how secure is the roof? Are we talking about a flat roof? Are we talking about a V roof, an A-frame? That all matters. But unfortunately, again, the significance of this storm on this island is going to be imperative to pass along the information. Again, anyone who says that it's turning away from the island, unfortunately, I have to disagree with you. While there's always a chance, if you will, that something could happen that we don't anticipate, I've just shown you all the information that I have, which points to the fact that this is going to be a storm that is going to have direct impacts and landfall to Jamaica. Wish it wasn't the case, but, you know, so many of you in the last several days, not so many, but some, you know, there's always been a few who said, oh, it's not going to do this, it's not going to do that. Unfortunately, it has, and unfortunately, it looks like it's going to. You know, we have to start to come to terms with the reality with this storm. Hey, Sir Dead of Life Better, how you doing, my friend? I appreciate you guys. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Sir Dead of Life Better, a $9.99 super thanks. I appreciate the support of the channel as always, my friend, and I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being a member of the channel. If you guys see members of the channel, they're going to have the little badges next to them, right? And even, you know, exactly how long they've been members, right? And I think Sir Dead of Life Better has been one and has rejoined again, so he'll have the new badge next to that. But we have those who have been members now for more than a year, like my friend Fiona, who is fantastic as well, a moderator of the channel, a big supporter of the work that I do. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Fiona. She deserves it. She's always in these chats moderating and helping everyone out in the chat, so I appreciate Fiona as well. And I appreciate you guys, again, supporting the channel in all different ways. If you would like to support the channel, you can certainly do that via our memberships, via the super thanks and the super chat and the super stickers, and there are other direct ways in the video description below as well. Appreciate all that to allow us, because I promise you we can reinvest that into the channel to bring you guys this kind of coverage. So thank you, my friends. We'll go look back at the radar out of Jamaica again, so we can clearly see the eye of Melissa, about 80 miles south of Kingston. You can see the outer heavier feeder bands in yellow and orange, still offshore, but likely to work their way onshore as we go through the rest of the day. And so conditions on the island will just continue to get worse and worse and worse, especially on the southeast side of the island, right? Especially there. That's where I anticipate the beginning of the worst weather, if you will. That, again, you live farther west, Montego Bay, Lucy Negril, Savlamar. It's going to move in, unfortunately, but it might be much deeper into this Sunday and especially overnight into Monday before we get into the more consistent rain. But Montego Bay has already had more than a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust a little bit earlier in the day. And again, timing-wise from the Hurricane Center, and we'll get the update. Let me stop real quick. Hey, Blue Goose. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you so much. Blue Goose is another big supporter of the channel, big supporter of the Central Florida channel that I do as well. Let's get the hearts out in the chat for Blue Goose and his support of the channel. I do appreciate all of the regulars, as I call them, all of my big friends here at MM, and I appreciate all the community. Look, taking a quick second, hitting that like button for me is fantastic enough. The biggest thing I'd like for you guys to do, though, is to share this information with your family and friends. Clip a part of this video, send it to them, let them know about the channel, let them know that I'm live streaming, let them know that I'll be back on Monday and Tuesday, and I'll keep you guys up to date. All of that is the biggest reason why I do this. We get out this information, we try and get it out in a very understandable way, in a way that is not hyped, but in a way that is very important to pass along what hopefully is some life-saving information. We know the gravity of what is going to be moving into Jamaica and is already occurring in the western sides of Haiti and southeast Cuba, and eventually down the road, the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos as well. So let's talk about potential here. I'm actually going to do something real quick. My lovely wife brought me a new drink. Boy, one thing I got to do, A, stay hydrated, and B, whenever I'm not on these live streams, not talk very much. Got to get the voice to last for about 4 days in a row. So obviously before I come on, I look at all the different model information. I read all the discussions from the Hurricane Center. I break down all the information and I filter some, right? Like, you know, this model if you guys have noticed the last couple of days, I haven't even shown the GFS model. It is fully out to lunch with this storm. It's been too far east, too quick for the majority of the week. It's not even worth discussing. The HAFS-A model, you've seen a lot of. I think I just showed you the reflectivity from this. I question whether to even show you this, but I think it deserves at least being noted what some of the high-resolution hurricane models want to bring to the island. This is Tuesday afternoon, right? This is about 1 o'clock on Tuesday. So the HAFS-A is slightly slower, which means it's over the water longer and at least would have the opportunity to get stronger. Remember, a quicker moving storm, just not going to have as much time to feed in these 30, 31 degrees Celsius temperatures in the ocean, 85, 87, 88 degrees Fahrenheit. But if you look at this in miles an hour, the HAFS-A model has this storm at 178 mile an hour sustained winds, okay? I don't expect that to be the case. I don't expect it to come in that strong, but the fact that we have a reliable model that wants to make this a hurricane that has sustained winds of 175 plus is about as high end as I've ever seen, okay? So I give this to you for informational purposes. Now the track is slightly farther west on the HAFS-A. So again, you're looking at landfall more like St. Elizabeth or Manchester parishes. But just note to what one model is trying to potentially show. Let's see here. Same model, same time frame, not sustained winds, but gusts. So it has sustained winds of, let's say, 175 and the gust to about 193. Again, just for informational purposes, don't expect it to be that strong, but the fact that we have a reliable high-resolution model like the HAFS-A wanting to paint that picture for Jamaica kind of takes your breath away, all right? But again, there's very little that shows anything less than a Category 4, so at least 140, but we're likely a little bit higher than that, and in some instances, potentially much more extreme. What we hope is, what we want is, for that eye wall replacement cycle to happen about 6 hours before landfall and try and collapse in some of those winds at the eye and maybe lower the maximum wind field a bit. But, you know, you're kind of picking at straws at this point in time. This is the HAFS-A pressure, okay? So pressure right now is what, 946, okay? The HAFS-A has us making landfall with a pressure of about 914, right? So it would have to drop up another 32 millibars to reach that. It's certainly not out of the question. You know, Melissa has gone through its rapid intensification phase where it was dropping some hours 5 and 6 millibars an hour, right? It can't sustain itself that much. But can I sit here and say that between now and Tuesday afternoon that it can't drop another 30 millibars? It's certainly plausible, right? Again, this would be an extremely powerful Category 5 hurricane if it comes in with a pressure of 914. And I think in that video, Alex did a couple for me, but he even talked about you can feel the pressure difference. My friends on Jamaica, have you felt it already? That lower pressure coming down just a little bit? We can even look at the pressures in Kingston and Montego Bay coming up, but you'll feel it. There is that weight to the air a bit as well. Let me go back over to the chat real quick. I just want to again thank Dead Alive Better. Thank you so much, my friend. Another $1.99. Make sure you have a chair this time around. I have a chair. It's sitting right over there. I might use it. I don't know. I don't really, A, like how I look when I sit, and B, I like to kind of just bob around a little bit. I don't know, but I might. I think if we get too deep into things, I might jump on a chair. I might take myself off camera from time to time. First of all, again, maybe some of you are joining me and the last time you really tuned in for a long time because you live on Jamaica was Hurricane Beryl, right? We did 12-hour coverage over Hurricane Beryl. The impacts from this storm are likely to be so much more significant than Beryl. And I hate to say that. There are some areas like Treasure Beach that got hit really hard from Beryl as Beryl skirted the southern coastline for a long time, relatively speaking. But because this storm is going to be stronger than Beryl and it is likely to go directly over the island from north to south, the impacts on a hurricane level, major hurricane level, slow movement, rain impacts are all going to be significantly and potentially multiple times worse than Beryl. So we have a storm just from last year that we can compare it to. And I hate to tell you something, there's not really much comparison. I think this storm is significant to a much higher degree than what we had with Beryl. Hey Valerie, how you doing? Thank you for becoming a supporter of the channel and a member. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Valerie as well, becoming a member here at Meteo Mundo. Appreciate you so much for doing so. All right, let's move on. This is the H-WRF from Melissa. All right, another high resolution model. Now, a couple things I want to point out with this H-WRF, and you can compare this to the half day that you just saw, and you can compare this to the Hurricane Center's track, right? First of all, note the faster time. This is about the fastest that I've had the storm getting close to landfall. It's not at landfall yet. It's likely to occur after midnight into Tuesday, but it is like just beyond midnight into the wee hours of Tuesday morning for landfall, and it's farther west. The H-WRF has the storm moving right across Westmoreland and Hanover parishes. So I want to be very clear. While things look to some marginal degree better on the western side of the island because of the potential more direct movement of the storm from north to south in the central part of the island, it's not a guarantee that that's where this goes. Now again, we're very, very likely to have a direct landfall from Melissa, but central, eastern, western sides still to be determined. This is a storm that comes in at 939 millibars. It's 946 right now. Again, more than likely what the H-WRF is showing is that we do have a storm which deepens to a lower pressure than that, but is actually fluctuating and the pressure is rising just a little bit as it actually moves on shore, okay? But still a powerful, powerful Cat 4 to Cat 5 hurricane on the H-WRF model. All right. You'll have to excuse me from time to time. I'm going to be checking in with some of my friends on the island to see what's going on. Trying to get you guys some more videos as well. All that kind of good stuff. All right. So pressure-wise, right? We'll go back to our live computer here. Now, these things are outrageously small. I'm going to have to pause it here. See if Kingston's even reporting. All right, so there's the wind. Let's see if we can get a pressure reading here. We're not getting a pressure. No, because that's the offshore buoy anyway. That's where we're actually picking it up. We're not even getting the report out of Kingston right now. All right. Might be the same situation on Montego Bay. Let's see. Yeah, no pressure reading out of Montego Bay either. Winds at east, gusts to 53. All right. Unfortunately, we're going to have some limited data there as well. We'll get some data from some of our sensors coming in, but I wish there was a denser weather network in Jamaica for these readings. Again, I would love, y'all's names in YouTube have come up with like your handles and not your actual names, and it's really making me upset. And I didn't think I did anything to change that. You know, you're like at whatever it is instead of your username. You know, you got your handles on here. I don't know. I don't like it. That's what you saw your name. Could be a little bit easier. So the Netherlands are in the house. Good afternoon to you, or good evening now in the Netherlands. Oh, so is Justin in the chat? Again, I apologize. I haven't looked at the chat much. I've been just rolling through everything I put together for you guys because I thought that was the most important thing. Take a quick break right now and I can get into the chat. Well, if you're seeing this shift to the west, we'll monitor it in real time. Again, we've talked about this on the streams before. These storms can take wobbles, right? It's going to be more about when this trough wants to pick up the storm more than anything. You know, there can be, again, storms don't move in smooth lines. They wobble back and forth through this elliptical center. And so you kind of get this stair-step motion, but as we draw a line, we just like to draw it nice and straight. At this point in time, I mean, it hasn't deviated from this center line track. Now, certainly plausible, it could make landfall more on the western side of the island, right? To do anything more than that at this point in time, I think is conjecture that it's not worth noting. Now, we'll get some new model runs coming in, and I can take a look at some of those as well. Be a little bit hard to bring them to you, but I can certainly, you know, keep an eye on that as well. Deadlight Better says, Wayne St. Catherine, 10 miles an hour. Fine for now. Yep. Well, the start projection turn is because we're going to start to get winds out of the southwest, right? Remember, these storms want to go north in latitude, you know? They want to take all this warm, moisture-laden air in the equatorial regions and drive it into the mid-latitude. So they're always going to find ways to go north. And so we're likely to get a southwest wind digging in with our trough here. And you can see how things have cleared out. If I show you guys the water vapor imagery, you might be able to see that a little bit better. You see how this drier air has dug into the Northwest Caribbean? This is going to allow winds to pick up out of the southwest and should begin to pull this storm away. And that's one reason why it's forecasted to accelerate. By the way, I know we're still days away, but if you live on Bermuda and you're tuning in, it's not out of the question that we get is either being a hurricane or a subtropical storm, a hybrid storm that pulls over Bermuda, probably going at about 30, 35 miles an hour, okay? Down the road. Again, this is your water vapor imagery of the storm. As classic as it gets for a powerful hurricane. The blues are your true deepest moisture-laden air, but the green is very rich in tropical moisture too. And again, note how that is overspreading the island. It's about 80 miles from Kingston right now, to answer your question. And again, I have the ats are out here. I'm gonna like figure out how I can change that. Someone Google that and let me know. Like, I don't know why YouTube brought up YouTube changed your all's handles on the live stream. Have you guys, first of all, let me ask my friends in Jamaica, I'm assuming that all schools, all government offices, everything is closed for tomorrow, right? That they're asking everyone to shelter in place. Let me know in the comments below. But hopefully that is what is being passed along to you guys, that, you know, starting tomorrow, the weather goes downhill so quickly that being out and about is not warranted, is not advised. To answer the question, we're about 80 miles south of Kingston right now, south of Jamaica, and that is not likely to change anytime soon with the more due west motion than anything. It could get a little bit closer late tonight, but the turn north is not really expected until later tomorrow, and then Monday night and into Tuesday. Yeah, okay. I heard from Alex, he said the airport, even, or at least the Kingston airport, closed yesterday. Schools being used as shelters. Okay. Yep. All right. All makes sense. All schools have been closed from Thursday. 37-year curse of the hurricane. Was that the last big one? Yeah. Okay. Government closed as well. Oliver, I would assume that you're probably correct, and that might be a conservative estimate as far as things being closed for the next week ahead. I have a feeling, depending on where we're talking about and exactly how strong the storm comes in, that it might be closed for much longer than that. I think this is the kind of storm that can really be very significant to infrastructure and what damage it can cause. Because even if schools are able to weather the storm, you know, there might be so much focus on rebuilding other areas or just getting the necessities back into life, utilities and, you know, finding drinking water and just, you know, being able to get back the basics that schools and other businesses might be closed for a length of time. I've seen that happen in areas as well. Maybe you've been impacted by a storm recently. You can let our friends in Jamaica know how it was in your area. Obviously, things are different, but when we're talking about just trying to get the basics back, utilities back on, gas in cars, roadways clear, remember as well, there's going to be a lot of tree damage. So those areas where, you know, we can have landslide, mudslide issues across roadways, right? We can have, you know, here in the United States with Hurricane Helene, there are still some roads in portions of North Carolina and Tennessee that have not been fully rebuilt, right? Goes to show you how long the infrastructure can take to rebuild in areas, especially if you're talking about roadways that have been wiped out by fast-moving water. Okay. Stick around real quick, guys. Take a look at this video that I put together for you guys. I'm going to take just a few second break, and I'll be back in a second. We'll continue our live coverage here of Melissa and the impacts for Jamaica. We'll kind of reset everything. I got a couple of other videos to show you guys as well. I'll be back in just 1 second. Okay, I should be back. Appreciate you guys sticking with me. Hope you're doing well. Again, our continuing coverage of Major Hurricane Melissa and its approach to Jamaica. We're going to be talking continuously about the impacts. We'll get an advisory from the Hurricane Center coming up at 5 o'clock. Hurricane reconnaissance aircraft continue to investigate the storm. We'll look at what's been happening across the island for today and some of the very significant, life-threatening, and devastating impacts that are unfortunately likely across the island, really beginning tomorrow, late tomorrow night and throughout Tuesday, as the landfall of Melissa is expected then as either a Category 5 or potentially, a Category 4 or even a potentially Category 5 hurricane. Now, one thing I want to do as we get started here in this next kind of update is to look at some of your questions in the chat, and we'll get into that. But before I go any farther, have another update from Alex in the Kingston area. So let's check out the latest video that he sent me right now.
All right, I don't know if you can hear this video because of the wind, but I'm a mile away from Kingston's airport. It's just down there. This is what our storm surge is looking like at the moment. Not too bad, definitely higher than it normally is. Definitely expecting it to pick up, and I'll get some videos later.
Saturday, October the 25th, about coming up on 10 to 10. Yeah, the waves are definitely getting big, coming up higher on shore. This shoreline Great Bay normally has about a dozen fishing boats out. They've all been pulled right in now. You can see there's a lot of natural channels running from inland out to sea. We've had quite a bit of rain the last few days, and so you can see it's beginning to pull here already before it heads out to sea. This is going to really start to pick up soon. The rain's actually just started a few minutes ago. As you can see, lots of pooling here still. Then that's Pedro Bluff. Maybe give us a little bit of protection. As you look out to sea, dark clouds. The sea's coming right their way in now. So more to follow later.
Okay, again, appreciate Alex in the Kingston area and Justin in the Treasure Beach area, the southwest side of Jamaica, for giving us those updates. Again, continue to provide you guys updates, and we're going to be working with others and collaborators to continue to provide you guys some either recorded videos or even some live coverage of the storm tomorrow and Tuesday as well. So look for that. So now what I want to do, that we've discussed this storm for a little bit here and we've kind of broken down what is likely to happen, what's going on right now, is I'll get into the chat. If you guys want to ask me a question starting now, please do so. Even if you've asked the question before, I'm not going to try and go back and chat and thumb through everything, but starting right now, if you have a specific question, feel free to drop it in. If you just guys want to discuss everything that's going on, maybe you live on Jamaica, maybe you live in another area that's going to be impacted, like Southeast Cuba or Haiti or Turks and Caicos, the Dominican Republic. Let us know what's been happening in your area. Give us some updates. Again, that's why we have this chat. That's why we do these live streams. We really get a big flavor of what's going on in your area, and you guys can help tell the weather story just like I am at this point in time as well. Shadow Posh wants to know, will it keep south and miss Jamaica? Everything that I have seen, unfortunately, indicates a direct landfall on Jamaica sometime on Tuesday, right? This is the track from the Hurricane Center that you see. Obviously, we never focus on the center line as impacts are felt over a much larger area than that. But that cone of uncertainty from the Hurricane Center basically brushes both coastlines, and all the model information that I've shown you today so far has a direct landfall. Now, again, it doesn't necessarily have to be right here over the central part of the island. It can be farther west, it can be farther east, but to a very high probability, we are going to get a landfall on Jamaica on Tuesday. So he wants to know, why is it a Cat 4 and it's still moving slow? Well, the reason why it's become so strong is that the ocean content, the sea surface temperatures are still outrageously warm. That's a lot of fuel for a storm. It struggled earlier this week because there was shear, or winds that were taking that storm and basically misaligning it throughout the atmosphere. The surface area of low pressure that was trying to develop was way out west compared to the mid-latitude and the upper latitude part of the storm, right? So this storm was tilted, and until it can become vertically aligned, do I still have my rubber band? I might have put it away. I'll have to break out my rubber band, which is the easiest thing to talk about with this storm. Until it became vertically aligned with that wind shear relaxing, it was never going to be a very strong storm. But once that wind shear relaxed and the environmental conditions were more conducive for explosive development, that's exactly what happened. This storm got vertically aligned. It's sitting over the bathwaters. It's not moving. We talked about how the steering currents are very weak, right? Remember, there is an area of high pressure here in the eastern side. All right, you guys are going to make me draw it out, aren't you? Let's bring on the telestrator and hope I do a good job. All right. So, an area of high pressure here, right? And with high pressure, right, you have clockwise winds. So you have winds going like this. You have an area of high pressure digging in here, and you have clockwise winds and around an area of high pressure. So on the eastern side of this high, you have winds from north to south. On the western side of this high, you have winds from south to north. The net effect is you have very little steering flow in between, which is exactly where Melissa is. So that's why Melissa is drifting at this point in time. Now, eventually, let me clear this off. Now, eventually, in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, you're going to get a little trough to develop here, and that's going to shoot winds out of, and that should begin to pull Melissa to the north and east and accelerate it over time. But for right now, those areas of high pressure, those ridges, are the more important features into what's happening with Melissa's movement, and that's basically drifting it. I mean, there was a time yesterday where it was going about 1 or 2 miles an hour. So it's the atmospheric conditions around the storm that is making this storm go so slow. That will finally abate or subside beginning tomorrow, especially on Tuesday. But unfortunately, it has had days and days and days to sit in these 30 and 31 degrees Celsius water temperatures and become very, very strong. And again, I'm just using your handles. I'm going to, starting tonight when we get done with this live stream, I'm going to get into the YouTube settings and see if there's a way to get your actual usernames to come back up. So for @LivingForJesus, God is Good 74, which area in Jamaica will feel the effects first? Generally speaking, it will be the east and the southeast side of the island, because that is the part of the storm that is most prominent on the northeast side and has the stronger winds associated with it. So generally speaking, throughout today and overnight and into Monday morning, the weather will just go downhill worse and worse from the east side of the island to the west side of the island progressively. That being said, there will still be some squalls that's going to kick up some of these winds. And you saw that Montego Bay already had more than a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust today. So again, while the more consistent heavier rain and tropical storm conditions will persist on the eastern side of the island. It's not like the entire island won't get it. It's going to happen. It's coming, just in a progressive fashion. Weather Alert wants to know about the CMC and the H-WRF. Yeah, we looked at the H-WRF earlier. There is still a plausible scenario that the storm skirts the island with the eye and the actual landfall. You know, I will say that. Could it scrape Westmoreland and Hanover parishes? Possibly. But appreciably, we want to talk about impacts, right? And the fact that this storm is so big, and even if it moves to the western side of the island, what's the problem? That means the entire island is under the east side of the storm, which is the strongest side, and is likely to experience hurricane force conditions over even more of the island if it scrapes the western side. Again, there's not a lot of scenarios where the impacts aren't extreme, regardless of where this actually moves in. The problem is this takes a track closer to Negril in Savlamar, is that more of the coast would be under the influence of the higher storm surge. Your highest storm surge occurs along the center and the eastern side of the storm because, again, the water and the wind are moving in the same direction. Your surface-based winds are going to be out of the east there. So if I show you this graphic again, let me just go find it real fast. Might take me a quick second to find it. Right, counterclockwise winds. So your storm surge is always most prominent near the center and just to the east because of that. Because the storm is moving and the winds are flowing in the same direction, whereas on the west side of the storm, your surface-based winds are coming in the opposite direction. There can be a little bit of a negation factor there. So anywhere east and southeast of where we have that storm surge, of the center track line, is going to be the areas with the worst weather. Let me find here real quickly that graphic again. Oh yeah, it's down here, isn't it? Oh, I redid them. Okay. I'm talking to myself, no doubt about it. So this is the graphic that I made for the eastern side of the island based on the landfall track from the Hurricane Center, which would be west of the Kingston area. Again, it's likely to come in as a Cat 4 to a Cat 5. We'll see. Winds could be anywhere from that 130 to 160 range. As I've mentioned several times, but I think I'll continue to just mention this, that in some ways that doesn't matter much because the infrastructure of most areas, your buildings, right, are going to see the same impacts from winds of 160 miles an hour as they would for 140, as they would for 120, right? You get to a certain point and the level of devastation is about the same. There could be some additional tree damage or just additional damage overall if the winds were to peak higher. But for a lot of our infrastructure, right, we get above 100-mile-an-hour winds, we really have some big problems. The big issue for the storm surge is, again, that would be your wind direction. The water piling up around Kingston, in Old Harbor, in the Hayes area, in these bays, right, because of the orientation of the land, especially here towards Old Harbor. That's just going to catch all of that storm surge. And right now, that storm surge from the Hurricane Center is forecast to be 9 to 13 feet above ground level, okay? That doesn't even include the wave action that will be coming along. So appreciably, these numbers are conservative. And I mentioned in yesterday's video, I thought that their range, I think yesterday was 8 to 12 or a little bit lower than this, was a little bit too conservative. They've upped the numbers already. And it's not going to shock me between now and actual landfall, wherever they expect that landfall to be, that they're going to have that storm surge even higher than this 9 to 13 feet. It is the inundation of water that is likely along the southern coastline of Jamaica is forecast to be catastrophic. You have to take this seriously if you live anywhere near the water along the southern coastline of the island. Hey, David, welcome from the UK. We appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate all of our friends across the world who have taken a second to join the live coverage here of Meteo Mundo for Hurricane Melissa. Again, I appreciate you guys also hitting that like button for me, subscribing to the channel if you guys haven't as of yet. Johnny, you're more than welcome to ask questions. This is a time where I'm going to take a quick pause and jump into the chat and answer your questions. Again, this is why I do this. We have this live interaction. You guys aren't just passive viewers. You can jump into the chat and you're more than welcome to answer a question. Or I'm more than welcome to ask a question, and I'll do my best to answer those as well. Yeah, we're going to get a full advisory update from the Hurricane Center no later than 5 o'clock. Sometimes they'll issue them slightly earlier, and we can look at those live on the screen. Again, I can pull in the advisory. I can pull in the discussion from the Hurricane Center, and we can literally read it together in real time. I'm going to switch over real quickly, guys, if you haven't seen. I'm going to bring up the radar out of, sorry about that. Bring up the radar out of Jamaica. Weather Alert again wants to know about the wind field. Right now, hurricane force winds extend 25 miles from the center in basically all quadrants, especially on the northern side. And then tropical storm force winds extend more than 175 miles from the center on the northeast quadrant. So that would fully, even right now, completely go north of the island. So that's why I'm expecting tropical storm conditions to just continue to move in throughout the rest of today. Hi, Coco Zen. First of all, thanks for being a member of the channel. And again, if your username is slightly different than that, I apologize. I don't know why it's just showing me the handles these days. You know, the other great thing about this too is that I email myself and it says, hey, this looks like spam. Would make sense, right? All right, okay. YouTube, we're gonna figure this out in real time. YouTube live stream. Switch from handles to usernames. All of the handle, is there, I don't see if there's a quick fix here. Looks like this was a concerted thing. I mean, I figured YouTube did it like, you know, there was a concerted reason, an effort to do it. It also seems like there's not a quick solution to fix it. Yeah, you can't change it. Curses, YouTube. I love you. It's a blessing. Yeah, so they just changed it to handles. Yeah, okay. I don't like it because we have a lot of friends of the channel who I'm very used to your username. And so to see it something different kind of is a shock to the system. I'll get used to it. It was done to reduce spamming. Yeah, or like multiple accounts and stuff like that. I get it. So you're just going to have to stick with me here. I'm going to try and go through your handles and figure it out. Stacy wants to know about Guantanamo Bay. Stacy, remind me, I'm pretty sure Guantanamo Bay is southeast Cuba, right? Is it near Santiago de Cuba? If it is under a hurricane watch, and they are likely to see hurricane conditions late Tuesday and into Wednesday. And we can talk more about that as well. Yeah. I mean, I think you can change your handle. I just can't go in and say, let me see you guys as your username, which is really what I want to do. You know, I would like to flip a switch. Now, if you guys have to manually change your own handles, that's up to you. I can't do anything about that. You know, to make it where it's a little bit more like your username, go for it if you'd like. So Stacy was asking about Guantanamo Bay, which, again, if my geography's correct, is on the southeast side of the island, right? I didn't want to do that. You bet, yeah, okay. I thought so. I mean, look, in general, all right, and I've taken this off the map because it's just a little bit easier to see, but this area of Cuba is under a hurricane watch. That's what that orange is, right? Hurricane watch, hurricane warning, tropical storm warning, and hurricane watch for the peninsula of Haiti. So we are likely to start to see hurricane conditions over southeast Cuba beginning on Tuesday, and it is still forecast to be a major hurricane. I mean, we are focusing in on Jamaica because that's the first area and is likely to see the strongest part of the storm. But yes, down the road, southeast Cuba, the southeast Bahamas, Turks and Caicos are all going to potentially see significant impacts. Again, still a Cat 2. Major, major problems for the southeast Bahamas. The east side of the storm likely to be over Turks and Caicos on Wednesday. This is an area that has to be very, very cautious. If you live in these areas, you need to be prepping now. You need to be preparing and getting non-perishable foods and bottled water, and prepare to also lose power and other utilities for a while, right? This is going to be a very damaging storm over southeast sides of Cuba. It's going to be a potentially damaging storm over portions of the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. Don't take it lightly in these areas. You know, it is going to be accelerating and moving quicker, so the rainfall potential may be a little bit lower, right? Because it's a faster moving storm at this point in time. But that doesn't mean we can't have some localized flooding and flash flooding, and certainly the wind impacts and the storm surge that could come along to the southeast coastline of Cuba and portions of the other islands could be significant as well. Tia, there is nothing else at this point in time. Now, there might be other tropical waves, and there is one out there, and I'm always watching for you guys, right? You know, but I have the formation zones on from the Hurricane Center, and there's nothing else that they're highlighting. I'm always watching this. I always keep an eye on it, but right now we're okay. You know, we are getting towards the end of October, right, where, you know, there can still be development in the main development region of the Atlantic, especially through about the first week of November. After that, climatologically, things begin to fall off a bit, and then they can fall off fairly quickly after that. But again, it only takes one, right? You know, this is, I think, going to be the story of this season, that we haven't had, you know, the most number of named storms, at least so far, 13. We haven't had the most hurricanes, but if you live on Jamaica or other areas like Hispaniola that have been impacted by this storm, it doesn't matter. You got the one that caused all the problems. Melissa's moving west at 5. That was the 2 o'clock update. All the newest information is on the top of your screen. It's a Cat 4 with winds of 140, pressure of 946. Miles down the road, Bermuda is in the track from the Hurricane Center. I mentioned this a little bit earlier, where it could see hurricane conditions there very late this upcoming week. I'll obviously be monitoring that situation. Now, at that point in time, it could even be a hybrid storm, a subtropical system, as it's racing north and east, ingesting some drier air and not truly tropical. But down the road, there could be potential hurricane force winds over Bermuda that I'll be monitoring. But good question. British Virgin Islands are fine, David. You know, we've had a little bit of squally weather come over from time to time. You can always check in with my friends at the Soggy Dollar Bar. I'm going to take a look at this camera first because I do not want to, I don't want to rub salt in any wounds. Yeah, I'm not going to show the Soggy Dollar Bar camera because it's quiet and there are folks lounging and relaxing. And, you know, if you live on Jamaica, that's the last thing you want to see. But things are looking pretty good. Yeah, breezy conditions, guys. Look, we're going to get a few passing squalls here. I can't rule out in the western sides of Puerto Rico that we might get some heavier rain that could lead to a little bit of, you know, localized flooding here and there. But I was keeping an eye out from the Weather Service office out of San Juan a little bit earlier, and things were fine. Check that real quickly as well here. Come on, onboard keyboard. Okay, also come on, Rusty, type correctly. I'm just going to bring up San Juan's weather service website here. The weather service office at San Juan. There's a flood advisory for the San Juan area right now until 5 o'clock Atlantic Standard Time. Urban and small stream flooding for Dorado, Vega Alta, Vega Baja. Minor flooding of low-lying areas. Up to an inch of rain has fallen. An additional 1 to 2 is possible, so 2 to 3. Nothing outrageous, but a few passing heavier storms there. Obviously, I'm very concerned about what's been falling over the Dominican Republic. I haven't heard. We have some friends of the channel who live in the Azua, Bani, Santo Domingo, La Romana, San Pedro de Macorís, Punta Cana areas, and I haven't heard a lot from them lately, and I'm a little concerned about that. You know, the flooding that's ongoing there. There are all kinds of flood warnings up. The heavier rain over the Lacaille area and up towards Port-au-Prince. Again, this is catastrophic, life-threatening rain in the Dominican Republic and Haiti. And it's that kind of rain that can isolate communities, right? And again, the infrastructure in Haiti especially is sparse at best. So getting feet of rain in this area is very, very impactful, catastrophic. Ajaji Kiara, again, these freaking handles. I love you guys, but I hate these handles, why I have to read them. Can you explain why the front right quadrant is always the strongest? It's because the movement of the storm and the winds associated with the storm are going in the same direction. So it's a plus positive to the amount of wind that it can produce. On the back side of the storm, the forward motion of the storm and the winds wrapping around the storm are going in opposite directions. So it's a net negative. Right? Counterclockwise winds. If I bring back on this wind profile, we'll bring on our surface-based winds here real quick. So again, storms moving west, counterclockwise winds, northeast side, front right quadrant. So you look at, as a storm moves into the the northern hemisphere here. So you're going to have the winds going in the same direction as the storm. On the backside of the storm, you have winds that are going in the opposite direction of the storm movement. So there's a net negative here. Now, look, is it doing much to bring lesser conditions here? By the way, I mean, I got to take a second and just look at what this storm looks like right now. The whites are higher cloud tops, indicative of better thunderstorm activity. I mean, this was 3 o'clock. You thought it looked good here. Oh my God. That is a full envelope, all 360 degrees of extensive thunderstorms near a very wide eye. I don't know what the Hurricane Center is going to make this storm, but at the minimum, its eye is about 15 miles wide right now. It's a monster. I do have access to the Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft data. If you guys have joined me for other live streams, so I can put this on. Okay, so they're way down here. So they're sampling the southeast side of the storm right now. And that was very recently, about 20 minutes ago. So they're on the far outer feeder bands of the southeast side. We'll see what they want to do, but yeah, it is not good. Hi, Al Marie, Panama in the house. Above ground level is above where you are standing, right? There's above sea level to above ground level, right? And above ground level is just simply the elevation at where you're at. Appreciably, again, we're going to get into the double digits regardless. I wish they had the storm surge. For the United States coastline, they have a fantastic storm surge product, but it's not available in Jamaica, unfortunately. Obviously, too, remember that wave heights, right, and swells generated will add to that number. But just to see this storm look the way it looks right now. Again, for those curious as to how far it is away from the island, we'll go from the closest tip, and we're still about 77 miles away. Right now, with that due west track, that is not likely to get any closer to the island at this point in time, but the storm is likely to grow, so the wind field impacts are likely to becoming more expansive throughout time. Yep, even in Panama, there's no doubt about it. Look, there will be indirect impacts expected through a lot of the Caribbean basin, right? You know, even down into Panama and Costa Rica and Honduras and Nicaragua, and even towards the Bay Islands of, Roatan, Utila, Guanaja, places like that. Indirect swells, right? Swells are likely to be a thing. Again, if I find this graphic for you guys. I have it a little bit too close in, but you can see that the wave heights, even at 7, 8, 9 feet, a couple of meters, 2, 3 meters, are likely to expand well into the Cayman Islands, and then some of them might be trying to make a run a little bit farther south. Notice that that's an onshore wind for southeast Cuba as well. So, for Santiago de Cuba, near the Guantanamo Bay area, you start to pile up the water in that way because the winds are going onshore. So that's going to add into the tidal surges. It's going to add into the inundation of water here. And we've seen that all period long along the peninsula of Haiti, the southern coastline of Haiti, because they've had the onshore winds for days and days and days being on the east side of the island. But this is an expansive, storm as far as swells and wave heights. I certainly hope every agency available is going to help out our friends in Jamaica and other areas like Haiti and the Dominican Republic and anywhere else impacted as soon as they possibly can. Okay. So we're coming up on about 20, 25 minutes away from the next advisory from the Hurricane Center. If you guys are just tuning in, let me give you a recap of kind of the situation at this point in time, and then we'll take it from there. Again, right now, as of the 2 o'clock intermediate advisory, Melissa is a Cat 4 hurricane with winds of 140 miles an hour. Pressure has fallen to 946 millibars. Remember, a lower number means a stronger storm, a deeper center pressure. It is slowly, and I mean creeping west at 5 miles an hour. That forward motion is likely to continue for the rest of this Sunday. Beginning on Monday, a turn to the north and west, and then due north, and potentially late Monday and into early Tuesday, even a turn slightly east of north is expected. Right now, Melissa is forecast to make landfall sometime on Tuesday over the island of Jamaica. Now, that could be just after midnight. That could even be into the early afternoon hours. There is still some wiggle room as far as the forward speed goes. But as far as a direct impact, a direct landfall to Jamaica, that looks to be a very, very high probability. You never like to say it's 100% when you're talking about tropical meteorology and storms, but based on everything that I have seen for today, direct landfall on Jamaica with Melissa on Tuesday is a very high probability. The impacts are likely to be whatever term you want to use: devastating, life-threatening, catastrophic. All of those unfortunately apply. The numbers that you see are wind gusts in miles an hour, which continue to be very fresh over the last couple of hours, picking up from time to time over 50 miles an hour. And even some of these impacts, of course, are beginning to spread into southeast Cuba with the inundation of water and the flooding over a lot of Hispaniola, especially the western sides of Haiti, over the last couple of days. Because of the slow movement of Melissa and because of the track of the storm keeping the worst part of the storm over the island the longest, the impacts are likely to be extreme, in some areas likely to be historic and catastrophic as well. I'm going to stop real quick and say, Online Genie, thank you so much for your $20 super chat. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Super Genie, or excuse me, Online Genie, for your super chat. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. That is really awesome. Appreciate all of the support. Again, that helps, allows us to provide you with this coverage and to continue to bring you guys new and exciting things. And I promise you it matters to continue to do this, to help grow the channel. The subscribers and the likes and the views, it really matters. We have some, if you think you're getting some pretty good coverage here today, and I hope you are, we have some really exciting things planned for 2026 if we can continue. And there is an if there. We want to continue. We think we can continue on the channel, but we need your support. So I appreciate that very much as well. Thank you very much, Online Genie. You guys are awesome. Okay, all of my whole community, I love y'all. You know that. Okay, train of thought lost, but that's okay. I don't mind doing that. Again, that's the latest track and timing. We'll get an update at 5 o'clock. The arrival of sustained tropical storm force winds. So we've had some gusts over the island right now that have been 45, 50 miles an hour, but these are sustained winds of 40 miles an hour or greater. That is likely to arrive along the southern coastline and the eastern side of the island by tomorrow morning, and then just spread from east to west throughout the rest of Monday, where we're all seeing tropical storm conditions sustained on the island the majority of Monday, I'm right, Monday, and then really beginning to see the hurricane force winds begin to move in very late Monday and throughout the day on Tuesday. The farther north and east that you live, those sustained tropical storm force winds will continue to spread in. Now, note, you'll see that on the western side of this, places like the Cayman Islands and even the central or the northwest Bahamas are included. That is the largest wind field expected of tropical storm conditions, though the likelihood of tropical storm sustained winds to get as far west as Grand Cayman and to get as far north and west as New Providence or even towards Eleuthera and Long Island and Exuma, place like that, are not nearly as high as along that centerline track. So more than anything, this is just potential time of arrival if you're going to see those conditions. And obviously we know in areas like Jamaica and southeast Cuba and Haiti and eventually the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos, that probability is very, very high. Again, this is a graphic of potential impacts based on the timing, based on the intensity from the hurricane center, and based on the track, right? So if landfall is somewhere in the center part of Jamaica, the eastern side of the storm, the worst side of the storm, will be through the central and the eastern side of the island, where again, Cat 4, Cat 5 strength, maybe 130 to 160 mile an hour winds can be experienced in places like Hayes and Maypen and Old Harbor and Spanish Town, Kingston, Portmore, Halfway Tree, Linstead, Yallis, Morant Bay, Fair Prospect, Port Antonio as well. Then you get to the northern side, the northern coastline. Yes, there might be a little bit less wind, right? But Jamaica is not a very, long, wide island, right? And this storm is not going to get knocked down too much by it. It'll be going a little bit faster as well, but still probably in the Cat 2 to Cat 3 and maybe even Cat 4 hurricane strength force winds up for Ocho Rios and Port Maria. So, St. Anne and St. Mary and most of Portland Parish is likely to get that 120 to 140. Clarendon, St. Catherine and Kingston and St. Andrew and St. Thomas parishes likely to get the brunt of the most significant winds. Now, all of the eastern side of the island, and it's unbelievable to talk about these numbers. Again, I'm almost having to get numb to this fact. If you didn't join me for the earlier coverage, I've been a meteorologist for over 25 years, working in television in the United States. You can Google me if you want to, but I've worked in some of the most prominent weather markets in the country and in the world, in Oklahoma City and in Florida. I'm a Florida native. I've been through it all. I really have. Cat 5s, EF5 tornadoes, flooding, earthquakes, you name it. I've lived through it. Even had my own childhood home flooded out. Grew up on the west coast of Florida. The no-name storm of 1993 flooded us out with salt water. I've been there. This is another reason too why this kind of chokes me up a little bit is I've been in this scenario. I've lived through this. We had to leave our home for 6 months. Salt water came in with the storm surge, flooded out the house with salt water. Salt water, you got to gut everything because of that. We had to gut the bottom 4 feet of the house, literally to the studs, right? 6 months out of the home. I've been there. I know what these kinds of storms can cause, and that wasn't even a significant storm as far as wind goes. It was just a storm surge. But when we talk about a storm that can dump feet of rain, you know that the impacts will be felt by everyone. The amount of flooding that could come along with this storm could be historic. Friends, we're talking about 15 to 30 inches of rain, maybe even locally up to 40. And I'm not just pulling these numbers out of the sky, right? The Hurricane Center, that is their official messaging. We've seen that on the models as well. So 15 to 30 inches of rain for the central and the eastern side of the island, maybe 375 to 1,000 millimeters through late Tuesday, early on Wednesday. Again, you know, what this can bring, and I have a graphic for it, but we could be complete isolation of communities, right? Where roadways are completely washed out, historic flooding to levels we haven't seen in some areas, and obviously the loss of all infrastructure, all utilities as well. Landslides and mudslides, absolutely, in Coleman. Yep. On the east side of the island, the west side of the island, again, with a landfall here. Now, these arrows indicate the fact that we still have a storm surge, and it's still going to be significant. I do not want to underplay what the far west side of Jamaica could see, even with the storm surge, because it's still at least 2 to 3 meters, at least 6 to 9 feet, but likely to be higher than that with this storm. So the southwest side of the island, like Western Manchester and St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parishes, Black River, Savlamar, and Negril areas are likely to still experience winds of 120, maybe even up to 140, right? I mean, just think about what those winds are likely to do to a majority of the area. Northwest side of the island, Trelawney, St. James, Hanover parishes, you're likely to get 90 to 120. So yes, that's likely where the lowest winds will be, but that is still significant hurricane force sustained winds with gusts that will be even higher. Locally on the western side of the island, we're looking at 10 to 20 inches of rain. Locally, maybe up to 25. Again, we have some of the hillier interior sections of the western side of the island where we can have some significant flooding into low-lying areas. That's going to be a big problem. The water rushing from the higher terrain to the lower valley areas. So 250 to 625 millimeters of rain likely there. When we look at the overall impacts, again, this is about as serious of wording that I've ever used, but I think it certainly is warranted in this case. Catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding for the entire island. The storm surge that we've mentioned, right? Potentially 10 to 15 feet in some spots. The extensive infrastructure damage. When you're talking about the amount of rain and the wind impacts that are expected across the island. So you're looking at long duration power and communication outages. Some of that could be days. It is not out of the question that it could be weeks. For anyone who went through Beryl, both on Jamaica and in other areas like St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they'll tell you, and again, everything is island dependent as far as your infrastructure and how quickly things can be brought back on and, you know, back online. But, you know, I talked, you know, some friends in the comments of the Grenadines, even now from Beryl last year, still not fully back online in some spots. And, you know, I know Justin, who was joining us from the Treasure Beach area, which is one of the areas hardest hit by Beryl, still some rebuilding being done. I think there were a couple of comments in the last few videos of some of you who live on the south coast of Jamaica who haven't fully been made whole from what happened with Beryl. Let me know in the comments section below, right? You know, are you guys being impacted by that? Family in Port Antonio. Yeah. Mountain areas equal mudslides. Yes. My pleasure. Thank you. All right. Landslides, mudslides, roads that can be washed away with the fast-moving water, and that could lead to the isolation of communities, right? If there's only one road in and out, or you live in an area, you know, of a lower elevation, and all the water comes to you, these are the problems that we're talking about. And again, I appreciate all my moderators as well. It's crazy to think that you're looking at that potential, right? 700 millimeters or higher. And again, we're about ready to get the 5 o'clock update from the Hurricane Center. But to give you an idea, this is the 2 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center. Read that line right there. Melissa expected to bring storm rainfall, total rainfall of 15 to 30 inches of rain to portions of southern Hispaniola and Jamaica through Wednesday, and a local maxima of 40 inches possible. Catastrophic flash flooding and numerous landslides are likely, right? And had I not even had this information from the Hurricane Center based on the model data that I've seen, I probably would have said up to 35, but the Hurricane Center kicking it up a notch, even put it at 40. And the amount of rain, unlike the wind, does matter, right? There will be a difference in the amount of flooding in the areas that are flooded if you get 10 or 15 inches of rain compared to if you get 25, 30, or 35. That does matter. All right. Alex just sent me another video, and I appreciate him. Well, you guys don't need to. You can hear it in real time. I'm going to try and get it to the system. Might be a little bit. He said, by the way, he's in St. Thomas, just so you guys know. So Alex is out there driving around, shooting some video for us, doing a great job. He says the tide has come at least 12 feet based on our measurement from the usual tide at this time to where the structure is. He's at St. Thomas, 4 p.m. on Sunday, massive swells. So you guys know St. Thomas, right? Yawlis is included in St. Thomas and Morant Bay for sure, right? So we're on the southeast side of the island here, Morant Bay, Morant Point, Yawlis area. We're east of Kingston and St. Thomas. He said tide has come at least 12 feet based on our measurement from the usual tide at this time. So there you go. Yeah, board houses, zinc roofs equal not the most solid infrastructure. Thank you, Max from Bermuda. Appreciate you. Yep, rivers overflowing. A lot of other things happening. So I'm going to here, I want to get you guys this video if I can. So you're going to have to apologize with me here while I'm working through this. But we're going to get that 5 o'clock update anyway, and then that we can go from there too. Let's see here. I want to make sure that that's the right video. He sent me so many, which is awesome. It's 58 seconds long. So I just want to make sure I've got the right video here. Yeah, I think so. Okay. And again, it's a process for me. By the way, when we go live tomorrow, we're going to probably have some of these guys live if the internet holds up. But some of them have Starlink, so that would be all. That will be cool. We hope to have some actual like live talkbacks and everything for you guys tomorrow. We are working on that. Technology-wise, we can do it. We just have to hope that the utilities, either the internet or Starlink, stick around. let's see here. All right. Yep, going to get the new update from the Hurricane Center here in just a minute. You know, we're coming up on 4:50 and they haven't issued it yet, so you just never know. They might be waiting for the reconnaissance aircraft. They might be trying to figure out exactly how strong they want to make this storm. But again, it only looks better, unfortunately. It only looks even more of a monster. You notice that these brighter whites are completely encompassing that ring of fire, if you will, around the center. All right, so we're like a couple of minutes away from the update. I'm going to take I'm going to jump off camera for a second, try and get this video up for you guys, and be back on momentarily with that 5 o'clock advisory. So stick with me. I will be back momentarily here. Let's see if I can do this in a little bit smoother way, where I can bring on the music. You guys should be hearing the music now, but still seeing the camera. All right. All right, guys, stick around. I'll be back in. Okay. I should fully be back now. I did switch, before we lost the battery, I switched microphone packs. So let me know. Let me know if you can hear me. Yes, and we're about ready to go into the 5 o'clock advisory right now. Let me know if you guys can hear me. I just want to do a quick mic check. Just waiting on confirmation that you guys can actually hear me. And then we'll move on. Only because I changed the mic pack in between. I see the levels. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. Thank you, Farah. That's all I was waiting for. Okay. Got a new video from Alex, by the way, and it's coming in, and there is some stuff to show you. Let's get into it. Obviously, I will update the numbers on the top of your screen in just a second, so let me just delete those. We just did get in the 5 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. And as we would expect, based on you and I looking at this in real time, that the storm only continues to look better structurally as we've gone deeper into this Sunday. So I'm going to bring up the advisory from the Hurricane Center, and we're going to just simply read it together, okay? You guys are getting the information. I have not looked at this yet. I just saw the quick stats, so we're going to look at this. Hurricane Melissa resumes intensifying. Life-threatening, catastrophic flash flooding and landslides expected in portions of Jamaica and southern Hispaniola through midweek, with hurricane-force winds likely to begin tomorrow. As of the 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, which is 4 o'clock on Jamaica, as of this advisory, so this is right now, it is located about 115 miles or 185 kilometers to the south-southwest of Kingston, Jamaica. That's about 295 miles south-southwest of Guantanamo, Cuba. Maximum sustained winds have elevated up 5 to 145 miles an hour. Movement is west at 5 miles an hour, so the movement hasn't changed. 5 miles an hour, 7 kilometers an hour. Pressure has fallen a bit by 5 millibars in the last 3 hours, down to 941. Changes with the watches and warnings. We now have, Cuba has issued a hurricane warning for the southeast sides of Cuba, including Guantanamo and Santiago de Cuba. We'll look at those areas coming up. And a tropical storm warning has been issued as well for Las Tunas, the province of Las Tunas. So hurricane warning in effect continuing for Jamaica and some provinces of Cuba. A hurricane watch for the southwest side of the peninsula of Haiti and the Dominican Republic border. And then a tropical storm warning for the southwest peninsula of Haiti. So it's a hurricane watch, tropical storm warning, both of them, and the Cuban province of Las Tunas. We all know what, well, we all don't know, but hurricane watch and warnings are issued. Again, hurricane warnings, we're likely to see hurricane conditions in that area within 36 hours. Let's get into the outlook here as far as maximum winds. So maximum winds have increased to 145. Melissa is a Category 4 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson scale. Additional intensification is forecast over the next day or so, followed by fluctuations in intensity. Again, hurricanes, when they get to this strong, we go under eye wall replacement cycles. They can't keep this up this strong for very long, so they never stay at their peak intensity for very long. The hope is that it becomes most intense in the next 6 to 12 hours and weakens a little bit as it heads towards Jamaica, but we just don't get the absolute maximum of the storm over the island. Melissa expected to bring a powerful major hurricane when making landfall in Jamaica Monday night or Tuesday morning and into the southeast sides of Cuba late on Tuesday. Hurricane force winds now extend outward to 30 miles from the center and now 205 miles from the center where you're seeing tropical storm force conditions. So even with the storm 75 to 80 miles south of Jamaica right now, the tropical storm force winds on the northeast side, especially that's the most put together part of the storm, extend well north of the island. They just have to spin in, and they will likely over the next little bit here as well. Minimal central pressure from a aircraft drop zone, meaning they just stuck it right down in there and let it drop into the ocean, 941 millibars. Okay. Winds. Tropical storm conditions likely occurring in Jamaica with hurricane conditions expected to begin by Monday. Tropical storm conditions into eastern Cuba by Tuesday afternoon, and then hurricane conditions into that warning area by Tuesday evening, right? Tropical storm conditions ongoing in the warned area of Haiti, with potential hurricane conditions look to have diminished, which is good news. But they could still see it. Now again, this rainfall, still ridiculous, still of the gravest concern. Melissa is expected to bring 15 to 30 inches of rain to portions of Jamaica, an additional rainfall of 8 to 16 inches for southern Hispaniola through Wednesday. So again, Haiti and the Dominican Republic, especially the western side of Haiti and southern sides of the DR, have just been inundated in rain for days and days and days and days, right? We're talking about the brunt of the storm getting into Jamaica, but the moisture out east has been significant, where life-threatening flooding has been occurring and is continuing to occur. So they put on another 8 to 16 inches, and they are stone total-wise getting close to that 40-inch maximum. And that maximum is also possible for Jamaica as well. Eastern Cuba, 10 to 15, locally up to 20. Southeast Bahamas, 4 to 8, resulting in areas of flash flooding. Now, the farther north that you go with this storm, you're likely to see the potential rainfall totals come down a bit, because the forward speed of the storm is likely to increase, right? So the storm is not sitting over one area for as prolonged of a period. So you get into southeast Cuba, still 10, 15, 20 inches of rain, accelerating through the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. So their numbers, while significant, are not going to be as outrageous as what we're talking about a little bit earlier in time. Storm surge. So this is, again, back to an area that I'm keeping a very close eye on. Life-threatening storm surge likely along the south coast of Jamaica late Monday through Tuesday morning. A peak surge of 9 to 13 feet above ground level, near into the east of where the center of Melissa makes landfall. Storm surge to be accompanied by large and destructive waves. So again, you have the storm surge, but then on top of that, you have wave action, which just adds to the height of the wall of water coming in and the potential inundation of water near and east of the center. And to be clear, we're still expecting a very significant storm surge anywhere west of where we have landfall, all right? Potential significant storm surge southeast of Cuba, which could be 6 to 9 feet. Now, that's the number that I chose for western sides of Jamaica, and I like that the Hurricane Center is going with that, because that makes me feel pretty good about that forecast. 6 to 9 foot storm surge, western side of Jamaica. Surf. We all know that the surf conditions, even the Cayman Islands will see some as well. I would expect there to be some swells into the Caribbean coastline of a lot of Central America. All right. Let's regroup from that. When does the eye wall replace in effect? So the eye wall replacement cycle occurs every few days, takes a day or so to go through. What will happen is that you'll get a larger outer eye wall to begin to develop, and then actually condense down on this very prominent eye wall right now and collapse it. And then it will go under a short-term weakening because of that, because the interior structure of the storm is not as well put together while it's going under an eye wall replacement cycle, but that's just temporary. Typically the storms, some of them can even come back being even stronger. Now this storm might have some mitigating factors where it wouldn't, but it's not as if an eye wall replacement cycle is the death of a storm, not by any means. It is a reduction of the highest winds when that occurs, but typically these storms can regenerate. I tell you something I don't really like to see. Do you see the lightning developing near the eye right now? Do you guys see this deep convection developing over this extremely concentric eye? That is not good news. This storm is likely continuing to get stronger. And again, this is the new track from the Hurricane Center, right? Remember, I told you we get the intermediate from the Navy, which is great, right? It gives us a little bit forward thinking, but this is the 5 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center. And you guys see these dots that say 5. That is a Cat 5 hurricane. We have, and again, these numbers are just so mind-boggling to talk about, being close to population. It hurts. It really does. 160, maximum of 196. 160, 196. Okay. Now, again, here it's a Cat 4, right? Here it's a Cat 4. Is it still a Cat 5 when it makes landfall? Or has it weakened to a Cat 4? It's going to be close based on what the Hurricane Center's latest thinking is and the models that I've seen. Now, when we look at the track, there is a slight shift west, okay? By only a few miles, but it is a slight shift west. So, you know, the Black River area, St. Elizabeth Parish, right? A little bit more kind of in the center line. But again, let me be clear. All this does is put more of the island on the east side of the storm. And it's such a huge storm, my friends. It's not as if this is going to bring much less of a condition to Kingston and, you know, St. Thomas parishes. I mean, look at the size of what it is right now. Superimpose that over Jamaica, it swallows the island, right? So a shift west is not really great news. It puts more of the island in play for the worst side of the storm. And we're running out of time for this to do anything wild, like miss the island completely west. But I'll note that there's a little bit of a subtle shift west. Again, Hurricane Center has mentioned, look, you know, there are likely fluctuations in the track that we're going to have. You know, we're monitoring all the different models, but we are highly confident that a landfall on Jamaica is a very likely scenario. Remember, I have to show you guys here, here one second. I have the Google DeepMind model to show you. This is a model that's done extremely well this hurricane season. This is an ensemble product, just like the GFS and the European. There are 50 different members or iterations of the model that are running, right? All 50 members have a landfall over Jamaica. And the vast majority, only a few that don't have it as a Category 5, right? Those are your purple lines. Now, again, you see it weakening a bit, Cat 3 to Cat 2. Here, you get into the oranges, you're into Cat 2, but the reds are still Cat 3 over Southeast Cuba. But I'm telling you, the Hurricane Center puts a lot of weight in the Google DeepMind, all right, and some of the other averages of some of the other higher resolution models. The one thing I realize I haven't shown you guys yet, and we can always look at this, and we'll look at it in real time as well, is our spaghetti plot models, right? So this would be like the spaghetti lines that would include the halves A and the halves B and the H-Wharf and the H-Mon and others. So there you go. Let me just, even for more clarity here, just drop off the satellite data real quick, right? So you're looking at the vast majority with this recurve. I mean, that's where the cluster is. That's where the Hurricane Center is going. There are a couple that are far west. Now, if you see these outliers that shoot it west, you're okay in the Cayman Islands. That is a very unlikely scenario, right? Now, eventually, could this shift right towards the western edge of the island? Absolutely. Absolutely. But to avoid what is going to be a Cat 4, Cat 5 catastrophic storm, I don't think there's that escape route. You know, and miles aren't going to matter with a storm this big. Listen, I'm with you guys. I will hope and pray with you all as well. Obviously, I have to pass along the information as I see it. As we always say, we hope for the best and we prepare for the worst. But a little jog west at this point in time is not something that I think we can sit here and go, okay, you know, we're looking better. Because unfortunately, in a lot of ways, a landfall on the western side of the island is even worse because it puts more of the east side, the more dangerous side of the storm, in play for more of the island. We would need this to go vastly farther west. And it is a huge, crazy storm, Dr. Charles B. It is. All right. let's look at the discussion from the Hurricane Center. So we looked at the advisory. This gets a little bit scientific, and I'll try and avoid some of that. But to give you an idea of just what the Hurricane Center is looking at with this storm, I'll give you the cliff notes. So the minimal pressure has fallen 12 millibars from this morning down to 941. And the plane reported a shrinking eye wall down to 6. That's not great either. That's just a storm that's wrapping around itself even tighter. And again, you can see the lightning. Eye temperature and water vapor imagery continues to warm, thick ring of cloud tops at 80 degrees Celsius. So these clouds, these thunderstorms are so vertically developed, they're getting into the upper levels of the atmosphere where their cloud tops are about minus 75 or minus 80 degrees Celsius. Around the inner Y wall. A drop zone launch in the north. I also reported a 500 millibar layer average of 142 knots on the north, the northwest side, right? No, the northeast side had 131. Geez, and knots. Melissa continues to move slowly west. This motion is likely to occur for the next 12 to 18 hours while the narrow mid-level ridge to the north remains in place. Soon a shortwave trough we've been talking about will move through the southeast, and that feature should allow Melissa to be able to turn into that weakness and turn north into the east. Southwest winds picking up the weakness in the ridge, just allowing it to move that direction. The track guidance has shifted a little westward again this cycle, and the NHC track forecast was nudged a little west again, but still shows landfall on Tuesday morning along the south coast of Jamaica. There remain some differences thereafter, but a secondary landfall is anticipated along southeast Cuba coast by Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, and then Melissa accelerating through the southwest Atlantic, through the Bahamas, and potentially approaching Bermuda by day 4 and 5. So they're talking about the pause. Here you go. The Google DeepMind Ensemble members also continue to indicate this peak, with 48 of 50 members reaching Cat 5 intensity. All right. ERC, eye wall replacement cycle. All right. So now it says, however, intercore processes like eye wall replacement cycles could occur at any time, and the current small eye of Melissa suggests an eye wall replacement cycle could begin in the next 24 hours or so, although it's difficult to predict these occurrences with much skill. It is hard to know exactly when a storm goes under eye wall replacement cycle. And again, to be clear, all that does is temporarily reduces the maximum winds for the most part. So here are the key messages. Again, Jamaica, seek shelter now. Damaging winds and heavy rainfall tonight and Monday will cause catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides before potentially devastating winds arrive Monday night and Tuesday. Extensive infrastructure damage, long-duration power and communication outages, and isolation of communities are expected. Life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are expected along portions of the southern coastline Monday night and Tuesday. The Dominican Republic, unfortunately, along with Haiti, continue their life-threatening and catastrophic flash flooding as well. Landslides and mudslides, isolation of communities as well. Winds have temporarily decreased, but they're likely to increase again. Again, eastern Cuba needs to be prepared for life-threatening storm surge to go along with the damaging winds and the heavy rainfall and the flash flooding. It's likely that we're going to have a major hurricane over portions of Cuba as we get into Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, a Cat 2 into the Bahamas, including the Turks and Caicos, for increasing risk of significant storm surge, damaging winds, and heavy rainfall on Tuesday and Wednesday. Boy, that is a lot to talk about. Again, 160 now, so it has it as a Cat 5. Now, let us hope that that is before it makes landfall, but as I have mentioned several times, in some ways, appreciably, it may not matter much. All right. First of all, appreciate everyone tuning in. Thanks for hitting that like button for me. Thanks for subscribing. We're going to get back to the chat and some questions and some other graphics here in a minute. Give me just 1 second here, guys. Let's see here. I'm working on something behind the scenes. I know you guys can still see me. I'm going to do something else here real quick. Again, I appreciate the hearts. Thanks, guys. I'm going to try and bring in one of these other videos. I might have to do it in a slightly different fashion, so give me 1 second here. All right. We'll get the updates here. Again, timing of tropical storm force winds. So if you live on Jamaica, central, southeast sides of the island, sustained winds of over 39, 48 miles an hour will be moving in by daybreak tomorrow at the very earliest. And then those winds will expand across the island the majority of the rest of Monday morning. But as the Hurricane Center already noted, we're likely to get hurricane force conditions sustained on the island late tomorrow through Monday night and through a good portion of Tuesday as well. That would be island wide. Those tropical storm force winds will then extend into southeast Cuba throughout the day on Tuesday, with hurricane conditions likely Tuesday night into Wednesday, and then tropical storm conditions into the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos by Wednesday morning, and hurricane conditions moving in throughout the day Wednesday. So you can see the progression of the wind field here as well. Again, if you're just tuning in, catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding is likely for Jamaica, along with a storm surge that could be 9 to 13 feet. Extensive infrastructure damage is likely with the storm. Long-duration power and communication outages. That, my friends, could be days, if not literal weeks in some areas. Significant landslides and mudslides with feet of rain likely in these areas. This will lead to roads being washed away and isolation of communities. This is as important of information, I think, to pass along as I ever have to any community. If you do live on Jamaica, you have to take this storm as seriously as you possibly can. Hopefully preparations are completely done. I understand that in some areas, there's only so much that can be done, but whatever you think you best can do to protect your property, yourself, and your family, I urge you to have those actions already completed or get them done right now. The weather is going downhill in a very fast way, and this is a very serious and life-threatening situation, which is likely to just get worse as we go through the rest of tonight and into Monday and Tuesday. It's already a borderline Cat 5. I'm not really sure I will merger, to answer your question. I mean, when you have, with an eye wall replacement cycle, what will happen is a larger outer eye wall, as this eye begins to shrink in diameter, an outer eye wall will begin to develop around it, almost a second concentric ring, and that one will ultimately collapse on the inner eye wall, right? And so you actually get all of this black and white to come back into the center, and then you don't have that prominent eye, that classic buzzsaw that we're seeing right now for a short time. But within about a day or so, we start to see a new inner eye wall begin to form, and it starts to expand back out, and it becomes this presentation again. A lot of storms, after they go through eye wall replacement cycles, can actually even come out stronger. It's just a temporary lowering of the maximum winds. But sometimes what happens during eye wall replacement cycles is that the wind fields with the storms expand. So it's not really a great thing, right? If we're talking about a storm that is already going to bring devastating winds because of the intensity, regardless if it's 120, 140, 160, not a lot of difference when we're talking about structures and getting knocked down to the foundation when we're dealing with those kinds of winds. What we would really like to see, though, is to not have the hurricane force winds and the tropical storm force wind fields expand. Remember, right now, they're already doing so. At the 2 o'clock advisory, tropical storm force winds extended 175 miles from the center. So they went out this far, about there. We'll say that's good enough. Fully going to encompass the island once they begin to spin in. But now they extend 205 miles out. this far away. These tropical storm force winds are even within this area of the storm. They are brushing the coastline of the western peninsula of Haiti, right? This is on the northeast side. This is your strongest part of the storm. You've got some solid winds down here, which are more than 200 miles away from the center, right? And again, the storm itself right now is about 80 miles south of the Kingston area, is not likely to get much closer to the island the remainder of tonight, today and tonight, but beginning that slow northwest turn overnight and more of a due north track on Monday before ultimately pulling a little bit east of north over the island. The Hurricane Center says late Monday night or Tuesday morning. Likely that is going to be sometime on Tuesday for actual landfall. Again, I appreciate you guys tuning in. You got a question, drop it in the comment section below. Appreciate all the support of the channel as well. All of our members. Appreciate all of the new members. Appreciate all of those who have found ways to support the channel, like Dead Life Better and Fiona and Blue Goose and Valerie and Online Genie. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate allowing this channel to continue in that regard. If you want to become a member of the channel, 2 tiers available. You can become a subscriber or a member, I guess is what we're calling it. And then you can be a Team MM member as well. You get access to exclusive member shorts. But regardless, I appreciate everyone tuning in. All right. I'm going to see now if we have the newest video from Alex. I have been tantalizingly waiting for this to happen. But my system is not cooperating too much. Let's see here. Come on, my man. Yeah, you know, unfortunately, we're having this issue where when we're on, I'm having a hard time pulling in new video. We'll have to try and work on it. Because it should be there. Should be there, and I don't want to ruin anything else. I'm trying to think if there's any other way I can do it. Yep. You know, feel free to put it in there as well. Now, what I will do real quickly is this. Let's get the new information on the screen, right? So we got Category 4 Melissa. We've got winds of 145 miles an hour. We have pressure of 941 millibars, right? Yeah, I'm moving west at 5. Okay. And again, this information will live on the top of the screen here. I don't think we want that. Some in lowercase, some in uppercase. That would be an interesting thing. All right, let's bring this up. Okay. How's everyone doing? Are we doing okay? Let's take a second and do some group therapy. How are we doing? Where are you guys viewing from? If you're on Jamaica, what has the mood been like? You know, what has been the conversation with family? What has been the conversation with children? I think I do want to take a quick second and talk about that kind of messaging. You know, this video, this live stream, you know, this is about getting you guys prepared for what I see coming to Jamaica and other areas, right? You know, we can go over the numbers, but obviously there is a human component to this. And some of those humans are very small humans who I imagine are a little bit on the scared and nervous side, like us adults are as well. The advice I would have for you is try and be as calm and collected as possibly can while not ignoring the fact of what is likely to come, but have a reassuring voice, you know, through this, and that everything is being done to keep them as safe as possible. But this will be a scary time for kids who haven't experienced this before. And I'm sure it's a scary time for you. And there's only so much that can be said and done, but you know, you guys are going to lead that charge as far as, you know, how you present what this storm is going to be like. It is scary and it is dangerous and it is life-threatening, but trying to keep our kids as calm as possible during these times is good for everyone, right? Don't shield them from the fact of what this storm could be, you know, because they're going to experience it with you, but just let them know that you've done what you can to keep them as safe as possible, right? It's important because they won't fully understand what is happening now and what will be happening over the storm, but they will be impacted just like you after the storm as well. And potentially their lives will be altered in the short term as well. Schools being closed potentially for a long time, you know, isolation from other family and friends, isolation in the form of no way of communication. You know, they'll be impacted just like you guys. So, you know, my advice to you, and, you know, again, I live in Florida. Hurricane Milton last year was very impactful to our area. I do live inland, but we had some home damage, nothing outrageous, nothing that was bad, but there was a little bit more damage than what I expected. And it was a really noisy, scary night. And you just, you know, walk in and tell the kids, say, look, you know, this is what I expect to happen. This is what we've done to prepare, and we're going to get through it together as a family. Okay. Hi, Sapphire, how you doing? From the ABC Islands. I'm doing okay. How are you? It is still the calm, if you will, before the worst part of the storm. There's no doubt about it, right? You know, where you see these blacks and whites, my friends, this is where we're really starting to see your sustained tropical storm force winds. Now, earlier today, right, Kingston, 46-mile-an-hour wind, Montego Bay, 53. Significant wind in these areas, but they're coming in gusts right now rather than in sustained winds. Hi, Brent, how are you? Everything is okay right now. Again, this live stream is to show you what's happening and get you prepared. And then tomorrow and Tuesday, it is all hands on deck. We've got a storm approaching the island. We're into storm mode here at Meteo Mundo. This will not hit the United States. Raymond, I hate to tell you, but it likely is. Your opinion is your opinion, and you can voice that, but I wish there was a better idea or a better solution to this. But everything that I've seen today has this storm making a direct impact. I don't want to lower, our guard on the island. It's okay to have an opinion that is not coinciding with what I'm saying with the hurricanes. That's fine. That being said, everyone needs to know where, again, it's up to you who you choose to believe, right? And who you choose to follow and where the information comes from, something outlandishly wrong, yeah, we'll delete and remove you and all that kind of stuff. But people are allowed to have their opinions. I will contradict or counteract those opinions with the science of what we're seeing. But you're entitled to your opinion. Again, I apologize. I guess I'm doing this on stream. I'm trying to get this last video from him up.
All right, I don't know if you can hear this video because of the wind, but I'm a mile away from Kingston's airport. It's just down there.
Yeah. The oil replacement cycle could be okay for Jamaica, but again, appreciably, the fact that this storm is as big as it is, and the fact that we're going to have 140, 150, 160 mile an hour winds around the center of this, yes, it might take down the intensity maximum winds slightly, but as I've mentioned several times, but I think it's a good thought for you guys to have in your heads. What is the difference in your area from 120 mile an hour sustained wind to 140 to 160? When you look at the homes and the businesses that are in your area and what they can withstand, is there really much of a difference between 120 or 140 or 160? maybe just a little bit, but most structures that are going to fail in 160 mile an hour winds will fail in 140 mile an hour winds, will likely fail in 120 mile an hour winds. And that is about as low as I would expect us to get anywhere near with this storm. You're welcome. Yeah, so I've got some video, guys. I'm trying to bring in newer video from Alex. And if you guys are just tuning in, we can look at his older video. But I can't, if I restart something, I'm afraid that the live stream will go away. And so we've had this issue lately where while we're on live, pulling in new video has become a bit of a bear, and it shouldn't. And so I'm working with some of the guys who helped me out on the technical side to get that resolved. We're not really sure why at this point in time the system has decided that it doesn't want to pull in new video, but we're trying for you. Again, I don't think I can. I think unfortunately it's the program I'm using that's not allowing it to come in. So if I do it, whatever. But if you guys want to see, let's check out, this is Alex's video from just a little bit ago from when he was in Kingston. I'm trying to get his video from St. Thomas coming up here in just a second. So here's his video from...
All right, I don't know if you can hear this video because of the wind, but I'm a mile away from Kingston's airport. It's just down there. This is what our storm surge is looking like at the moment. Not too bad, definitely higher than it normally is. Definitely expecting it to pick up, and I'll get some videos later.
Okay, so that was Alex in Kingston. He moved over to St. Thomas. And again, I am trying to figure out how to get this newest video for you guys to see. We have to do it in this program, though. Unfortunately, it, as they say, shouldn't be this hard, and I'm a little not happy with the fact that it's not showing up. You know, what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting, oh, it worked. I was about ready to say, you know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting it to work, and then it worked. Okay. All right, so we have this video. Give me just one more second here, guys. I need to make sure that you guys should be able to hear this. All right, hang on a second here. I'm probably hearing myself, aren't I? Okay. Actually, stick with me one more second here. Come on, pop up. Be the right one. I've got it in one local file. I'm trying to get it to go into one. So I'm going to play this video. The one thing I don't know is if Alex's, I don't know if you're going to hear him, right? So I will listen with you guys. If we can't hear him the first time, I will try and make it to where we can hear his audio, but hopefully we can. So I'm gonna take myself off camera and we're gonna watch some video from Alex St. Thomas talking about the tidal surge already ongoing in the southeast side of the state.
Here's There's that storm surge that we were talking about earlier. It's starting to roll in. It's about 4 p.m. I'm in St. Thomas, Parish of St. Thomas, one of the most eastern parishes in Jamaica. This is a beach that I frequent, and the water actually usually stops right down there, but as you can see, it's rolling right in. We usually have at least 50 or so feet of sand. Let me just wipe my lens. 50 or so feet of sand, but look at this, storm surge rolling right in. Getting gnarly out there. There's that storm surge that we were talking about earlier. It's starting to roll in. It's about 4 p.m. I'm in St. Thomas, Parish of St. Thomas, one of the most eastern parishes in Jamaica. This is a beach that I frequent, and the water actually usually stops right down there, but as you can see, it's rolling right in. We usually have at least 50 or so feet of sand. Let me just wipe my lens. 50 or so feet of sand, but look at this, storm surge rolling right in. Getting gnarly out there.
Okay, and I'm 99% confident that you guys could hear Alex, right? Considering that none of you said, hey, I can't hear him when I played that, and I know I played it twice in a row. Yeah, so it's not him, it's me. It's when we bring on these videos and I bring it into my system, I have certain ones like where the file wouldn't play the audio, and I just wanted to make sure that I didn't have it to where the audio of the file wasn't playing. That's all. If for some reason it wasn't, I could have gone back and reset it. But you get the idea, right? Now again, look guys, this was a few hours ago. This was a few hours ago on the southeast side of the island in the St. Thomas Parish area there, right? Where I was telling you guys about. Beautiful area, beautiful beach, everything. But you saw the wave action already, right? You saw what was already happening with this storm and how it's already churning up the surf and the seas and the swells. And we're at the beginning. We are at the very beginning of this happening. And that's the problem. Look how even in just the last couple of hours, how the storm has expanded a little bit. It's getting larger. The wind fields are expanding. And again, on the southeast side of the island, you're going to have your onshore winds. You're going to have this flow that continues to work its way into, inland locations, right? That's the wind profile of the storm here, where these winds are onshore right now in the eastern and the southeast side of the island. Appreciate Alex sending that in. Thank you, my friend. He's been spinning around. Appreciate Justin in the Treasure Beach area as well. And again, for tomorrow's live stream, we hope to bring you guys live coverage on the island. It might be a little bit dependent on how the internet and Starlink is holding up there on the island, but we hope that that is the case. So stick around for that as well. One thing that we definitely want to do here at Meteo Mundo is to tell the story where these areas are being impacted. And again, and if one of my moderators wouldn't mind doing it, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. If you want to collaborate on a potential sending videos to me or potentially doing some live updates, send me a email at mymeteomundo@gmail.com. I can provide you some of the specifics. Not only here, but down the road, if you happen to live in Southeast Cuba or the Southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. Obviously, look, this is gonna be a marathon, not a sprint when it comes to covering Melissa. We've got what is likely to be 4 days in a row of coverage, today through Wednesday, as the storm continues to impact some areas. So, if you live in Southeast Cuba, if you live in the Bahamas or Turks and Caicos, I've got you covered, right? We'll be monitoring this storm and going on live as these storms are impacting the areas. Thank you, Farah. Hi, Elkin Vision. How you doing? Appreciate the kind words there for everyone. Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, again, he's doing a fantastic job. It was just whether I brought in the audio myself. And part of the reason is that it's hard to do everything at once, but I'm trying. Hey, Ridge Runner, how you doing? Right, Montan, I do my best, right? There's, what gets me up in the morning is not, to elevate or hype a storm. It's to try and tell these stories in as clear, understandable, concise manner as possible so that more people can understand what is likely to happen in these areas. As I've mentioned several times in my personal life, I've already been through all of the major storms, hoping for the next one in that level. It doesn't get me going, right? It's about the messaging and spreading the word and trying to provide information for those who are seeking it, right? And maybe doing that in a way that you guys enjoy and can relate to, and you keep coming back for as well. Hey, Gaming with Jamie, 1 Meteo Mundo gift membership on the way. Appreciate that. Farah got it. I love it. Very deserved. One of our moderators, Farah, got Gamey's gift membership. That's awesome. Thanks, Gaming with Jamie. Appreciate you. Big supporter of the channel, and Farah is as well. That's really cool. Appreciate all the support, guys. I mean, and again, let me just check here. I am getting some other videos. It's a little bit harder with people I don't have established yet. But again, just to reiterate, I think he probably said it, but he told me that, the tides come up at least 12 feet from the usual tide to where the structure is. It's amazing that that's happening right now, right? And that this storm is still 80 miles offshore and is slowly creeping west. No deviation from the centerline track since we've been on. This thing has been situated that way. Unfortunately, all of the models are showing this turn north. And I know that some folks are hoping that that's not the case. I'm here to tell you that while an opportunity to miss the island is not zero, the most likely scenario by a very wide margin is that, unfortunately, we have a direct landfall on Jamaica sometime on Tuesday. And not only that, but it's likely to be a high-end Cat 4, if not even a Cat 5. This is the most significant messaging I think I've spoken to, certainly since I've been doing the Meteo Mundo channel, but throughout potentially my entire career. And I've been doing this for over 25 years, guys. Seen a lot of really bad storms, seen a lot of high-end impacts. Melissa will be up there on that list, if not even number one. And it's tough to say, but we have to be honest with ourselves as to what this storm is likely to bring. Thank you all, Marie. Appreciate the kind words. Yep, good advice, sales only, right? If you can, right? Radio is always a great form of communication. Now, who knows what kind of, radio is going to be available on the island, but that is one way to get information. Any kind of battery backup, any kind of generator backup. I know that we don't have that, and not everyone has access to that, but if you do, you want to make sure that those batteries are as charged as possible, that the generators are good to go in a very safe way, that you're just as prepared as you possibly can. A couple of other things to add on to that. Documentation is important, right? If you have important documentation like birth certificates and things like that, the simplest way to, anything, right? Any important document in your life, okay, that you don't want to get flooded out, the easiest way is to put it in a Ziploc, right? Put it in a Ziploc, and then if you maybe want to tape the Ziploc, but that's just a, waterproof barrier for the most part, right? Obviously, getting it out of any potential flood waters, putting it in some kind of a safe, but important documentation. For those who are on medications, want to make sure that you have enough of a supply to get through this storm, right? We don't want to be on daily medication that is vital to our health and run out in the middle of the storm or just after the storm and not have the means of transportation to get additional medicine. So, hopefully as part of your preparation on Jamaica and in other areas down the road, Southeast Cuba and the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos, that's another thing to keep in mind. Remember your pets as well. Do what you can to make sure that they are as safe as possible during these storms as well. And obviously that they're inside. Those animals that can be inside, just want to remember our furry friends as well. But, one of the things that people don't talk about a lot is the fact that when you get stranded in an area for days and days and days after a storm, what do you need to survive on a daily basis, right? Food, water, medicine are always top of mind. So don't forget the medicine part as well. If you're running out of an important, medication that you need on a daily basis for your health, you want to make sure you have enough of a supply to get through this storm. Yeah, Random Anton, that's the problem. We are talking about rain in feet. We'll go back over all these graphics that I made right now. Might as well do that. So again, we're getting to 6 o'clock. I appreciate you guys tuning in. We've been live now for what, about 4 hours or so. We'll talk more about coverage plans coming up, but obviously we've got a lot of coverage here on the channel for the next 4 days. A lot to happen with that. If you're just tuning in, this is the 5 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center. Those numbers are on the top of your screen. Melissa is a Category 4. Winds sustained are 145 miles an hour. It's hard to even fathom what sustained winds of 145 miles an hour look like. But unfortunately, that's what we have with that storm. The pressure is dropping. It means that the storm is getting stronger as the area of low pressure is deepening near the center. So the lowest pressure is down to 941. Lower the number is a stronger storm. Winds are it's moving west at 5 miles an hour, right? So it's still creeping. It's picked up a little bit of forward speed today, but it's still moving just west at 5 miles an hour. The obviously presentation on the satellite imagery is as classic of a major hurricane as you get. We have great outflow on all sides. We have an expanding wind field where the tropical storm force winds, those are winds of 39 miles an hour sustained or greater, now extend 205 miles from the east side of the storm, right? The wind profile field is not as expansive on the western side as what we typically see, but again, a very, very classic hurricane at this point in time, structurally as impressive as anyone that I've seen lately. And you can put Beryl, and you can put Milton, and you can put Helene from last year, all within that category. Of course, with the visible satellite imagery, we lose it at the end of the day, but you get this golden hour of visible satellite imagery here, where as the sun gets lower in the horizon, you get a more shadowy effect here from this vis imagery. And let me just take off this track here so it's a little bit easier to see. So look at the last couple of frames here. First of all, just look at how impressive that storm is and how massive it is, how wide it is. Then you get these shadow effects, right? So these thunderstorms are kind of bubbling up on top, and these are tremendously high cloud tops. The surface, the cloud top temperatures are minus 75, minus 80 degrees Celsius. That's how high they're getting into the atmosphere. And then look at that. Look at these last couple of frames. Look at that eye. The lightning near the eye, inducive of development, of strengthening, and then that shadowing effect over the last couple of frames. unfortunately, a wildly impressive storm. You know, some of the outflows being felt in the Cayman Islands, southeast Cuba, all of the significant moisture is still just slapping into Hispaniola as well. And again, hurricane warning, which is why we're pulsing in red here in Jamaica. Hurricane watch for Cuba, but I feel like, did they upgrade that? Now there's an opportunity that so portions of southeast Cuba are now under a hurricane warning. Sometimes my system won't pick up the newest ones unless we do a quick reboot on that, which I can, but yeah, we now have a hurricane warning there as well. All right, so on to some of these graphics that I told you guys, because we need to talk about impacts. All right, we'll start in the eastern side of the island. Kingstar 9402, there is an area of high pressure west and east, which is why the storm is basically not moving anywhere right now, because there's a net basically neutral impact from both areas of high pressure. But yes, an area of high pressure west is not allowing it to move west. Eventually, we're going to get a little bit of a weakness to the north and a southwest wind, which should pull the storm north over the island. Right now, the track from the Hurricane Center and all the models has been very good the last several days, with this slow meandering west and then this turn to the north. Now again, where it might make landfall on Jamaica is certainly still up in the air, but there's not a lot of plausible scenarios that pull the storm away from the island. I hate to say that, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm trying to be honest with you guys, that if you live on Jamaica, you should expect direct major hurricane impacts to the island beginning late tomorrow night and especially throughout the day on Tuesday. That's what we have to prepare for. Indeed, Eddie, I'll add on to it. Thank you very much for tuning in, guys. You guys are awesome. You know, I love my Meteo Mundo community. I appreciate all those who have supported the channel from day one, or maybe you're just tuning in right now. All of you are welcome, and we're going to get through this storm together. So let's go over the likely impacts. And again, it was very hard to type this up, knowing that these are all very plausible. And from looking at the 5 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center, these are all right in line with what they're discussing, right? So for the central and eastern, let me try that again. For the southern coastline, from the central parishes to the eastern parishes, like eastern Manchester and Clarendon, St. Catherine, St. Andrew, Kingston, and St. Thomas parishes, along and east of the center of where it is likely to make landfall, again, we are more than likely to get sustained winds of 130 to 160 miles an hour. Those are sustained winds. And to be talking about the level of destruction that those winds could provide is incalculable. It's hard to fathom what those winds could bring. So for Mandeville and Maypen and Hayes and Old Harbor and Spanish Town and Portmore, Halfway Tree, Kingston, Yawlis, Morant Point, Morant Bay, especially if you live anywhere near the coast, because it's not only wind, it's not only significant rain, but it's the storm surge as well, a inundation of water, right? Imagine standing and looking at the coast and you see a wall of water 13 feet high moving in. That is likely to occur with Melissa. With the storm movement and winds all in this southeast to northwest fashion, with the orientation of the bays here near Kingston and Old Harbor collecting all of that water. I mean, because the shoreline is facing in the exact direction the wind and the waves are likely to push, it's about the maximum storm surge these areas could see. That's why I've highlighted this. I'm very concerned about the Kingston area, Old Harbor area, other coastal communities for the inundation of water, meaning how much water above ground level is likely to come in with Melissa, right? There's a big bubble of water that it's lifted by the storm, literally lifted, and that is on top of any waves and swells that we see. So the storm surge is 9 to 13 feet, right? 3-4 meters, something like that. And I've mentioned how that could be a little conservative. It stinks to say that, but it could. We'll look a little bit more at the storm surge coming up, but you get the idea of the amount of water that could be pulling in. You saw the video from a few hours ago in St. Thomas from Alex. That's significant churned up conditions, and we're just getting started, right? You know, what will this look like this time tomorrow? The rainfall is outrageous to discuss, but again, the models, the Hurricane Center, have this in the 15 to 30 inch range for the eastern side of the island, right? Locally up to 40 inches. It's more than 3 feet of rain. The amount of flooding, the amount of flash flooding, the fast moving water, the washing out of roads, the flooding of entire low-lying areas could be historic. With that much rain that could fall up to 1,000 millimeters in a couple of spots. I hope we're on the south end, the lower end of this band of rain potential, but even 15 inches is going to cause some real serious problems, and we're lucky if we get just that. Now, as the storm moves north and inland, obviously it will weaken a bit, but it's likely to move a little bit faster. My thought would be right now that the storm's probably moving in the 10 to 12 mile an hour range over the island. It will be picking up some forward speed. So the winds will reduce a little bit when you get to St. Anne and St. Mary and Portland parishes, but not much, right? Ocho Rios, Port Maria, Port Antonio, areas like that will likely still see significant major hurricane force winds being on the eastern side of the storm. If we go over to the western side of the island, again, you know, it might matter a little bit with landfall, right? As far as who's going to see the worst storm surge. Remember, and we've talked about this many times, so I'm happy to go over again, the fact that when you're west of where the landfall is, west of the eye, your winds are going to be out of the north because of the counterclockwise. It does negate the storm surge some. Certainly not all the way and not the majority, but because the storm's coming this way and the surface winds are coming this way, so the storm movement and the storm and the winds are going in opposite directions. There's a little bit of a net negative there with the storm surge, and the winds are a little bit weaker on the western side. But still, for most of Manchester and St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parishes, you're looking at major hurricane force winds as the likelihood. And again, a farther shift west, while some people might be like, okay, hey, you know, trying to get a little bit farther west, let's keep it going. It puts more of the island on the east side of the storm, in the worst quadrant of the storm. So I actually don't like the trend. You know, there's no good scenario here. But the problem with a more west track, but still making landfall, is that just more of the island falls under the maximum winds and the maximum storm surge. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for being a member. Thank you for your $5 super chat. Friends, let's take a second. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Jim for helping to support the channel. Thank you very much. All right, so west side of the island looks like this. Black River, Treasure Beach, Savlamar areas, Negril, 6 to a 9 foot storm surge. Again, it could be higher. It's a little bit more of an estimate on the western side. But again, you know, someone, well, I wish I was 6 feet tall, but let's just say someone my height, you know, that moving inland, right? You know, think about how much that could cause damage to coastal areas. And it's not just some steady wall of water, there's wave action as well. And, you know, obviously the battering of the waves, right? And what that can do. And a 6 to a 9 foot storm surge is so significant. I know we're talking about the lower numbers here, but if I just presented this to you as a storm moving into your area, what would you think, right? And the fact that these are the lower amounts that are likely on the island really is shocking. You get up to Hanover and St. James and Trelawney parishes, we're likely to see Cat 1 to Cat 2 force winds on the northwest side of the storm, still hurricane force winds, right? Gusts could be higher than that, still very significant winds. Now again, you get to Falmouth and Montego Bay and Lucy, the winds are out of the north, so you have an onshore wind there. So there could still be some storm surge on the northwest side of the island as well. The biggest wall of water is going to occur on the south side because that's the storm in the eye coming in. But the local winds being out of the north, on the northwest side of the island, can cause some inundation of water there. Rainfall totals, 10 to 20 inches. Again, with some of the higher terrain, the hillier interior sections of the western side of the island, really concerned about that water rushing down into the valleys and how fast that water can be moving and how quickly the flooding can occur in some of those areas. 250 to 625 millimeters of rain, 10 to 25 inches, right? So it's a vital concern here for these areas. And just the wind and the rain and even the storm surge impact for these spots. Now, let me be clear as well. I always tell you guys this, if you guys followed me through any of the storms in the last couple of years, you always check in with your local government and your local officials, right? For any important, timely information for them to pass along to you guys, right? And to heed those watches and warnings and whatever local advice that they're giving you, right? I'm doing the best I can to keep up with all of that, to give you all the scenarios and all the impacts, but it is always your responsibility to take action and to follow local government and local official advice, okay? But we know in all of Jamaica, we have to take this storm as seriously as we ever have any storm, right? We will hope for the best, we will prepare for the worst, and we'll get through this together. All right. A couple of other things I want to show you guys here. Again, I've got a plethora of graphics that I brought up. So back over here real quickly to just the close-up view of the Kingston area, right? So I asked Alex earlier, I said, please tell me there's no, please tell me there's no airplanes left at the airport. And he goes, not that I can see, right? My thought is that the Port Royal area there, Maiden Key, Port Royal, Norman Manley Airport, Harbor View, will likely be inundated by water. When you're talking about a 9 to 13 foot storm surge, right? Then you get towards Great Goat Island and Little Goat Island, and I believe probably Coulon Bay, and then Peak Bay and Coleman's Bay. All of the areas kind of surrounding Old Harbor and Freetown and Salt River and the Portland Cottage area, all of this area, and I bring it up because, again, the orientation of the shoreline and the fact that this is all going to be onshore wind and wave action here, right? This is the area of the island I'm most concerned about inundation of water and how far inland that water could get. How far inland, right, into southern Kingston does this wall of water go? Portmore, is in a horrible orientation for the water and the winds to be coming right directly inland and to drive as far inland as possible. The western side, just to the west of Old Harbor, is the same situation. Now, a little bit more rural areas out here, but any areas on the western side here of the bay likely to experience a maximum of a storm surge. So we'll have to monitor that situation, but based on the track and how strong the storm is likely to be, the water coming with the storm, I think it's hard to imagine. I really do. This is the wave heights. And I want to be clear, this is tomorrow morning. This is not even the maximum, right? I was looking at this and I said, I've just got to show them tomorrow morning. Forget Monday night and Tuesday morning when the storm's actually moving in. Storm's still out here, but you've got this onshore wind that's just battering the eastern side. Remember, counterclockwise winds around a hurricane. So east side of the storm, east winds to northeast, and they spin back north to the west and then come back out of the south on the south side of the storm. But, that's the spin. And then there's your maximum right here. And all of that is a wind that wants to push the water as far inland as it possibly can. I think I've only shown this once, but I think it deserves showing again. Yeah, let's get over 1,000 likes. That sounds good to me. I truly hope we are not talking about a storm that's pressure begins with an 8. Does not look like that's going to be the case, like Gilbert, but low 900s is not out of the question. So again, if you tune in at the beginning of the stream, I showed this. I'm going to do it again, and I'm going to give you my same explanation. I look at all the different models for days and days and days and days and days, right? So, I'm keeping an eye on the model trends, some of the maximums, some of the minimums, some of the models that are completely out to lunch, like the GFS. If you notice, I haven't mentioned the GFS model in a while. It has done horrendously with Melissa, whereas with previous storms, it actually did very well. But the GFS this time did not have its act together. The HAFS-A has done pretty well with the storm, right? As far as track and intensity and location, kind of in fair agreement with the European model and the Google DeepMind and places like that. So this is the HAFS-A as of 1 o'clock, early afternoon, let's call it Tuesday, okay? Now, the HAFS-A is a little bit slower than the Hurricane Center's timeline because it doesn't have it moving inland until now. But I point out to you what the maximum sustained winds and mile per hour are on this model. And that's over 175 mile an hour winds. I want to be clear, I don't expect that to happen, but to pass along the information that's available to me in at least of a plausible scenario. On the highest end of this, you have a high resolution hurricane model with a good track record, which shows you that it could be coming in with sustained winds over 170 miles an hour. I don't expect that to happen. Hopefully we'll get this Iowa replacement cycle, but I want to show you all the information that I have, right? If we look at the Gus, same model, right? The Gus, 190. Now, you saw from the track from the Hurricane Center that they had 160 gusts to 190 when it was a Cat 5. So this is not like so far out of reach that it's just completely implausible to have, and hopefully before landfall, gusts with the storm up to 190 miles an hour. It's sickening to think about that that could be reality, but it could, or very close. Oh, yeah. All right. This is the same model, the HAFS-A. This is the simulated rain, or like a simulated radar, right? So it takes its output and it says, what does the reflectivity look like, or the rain with the storm? And again, the big problem with this track from Melissa is that the northeast side of the storm stays over the island the longest. It's the part of the storm that impacts the island the longest. So you have the heaviest rainfall and the strongest winds over the island for the longest duration of time. So the rain really sets in overnight. Look at your time frame here. This is getting into Monday afternoon now. And then look at how heavy the rain is across the entire island. Now the HAFS-A was always slightly west of the Hurricane Center's track at 11 a.m. and they've really nudged it just by miles, but they've nudged it a little bit west, even closer to what this HAFS-A shows. And I want to be clear, down the road, if you look, here is Hispaniola, right? Continuing with the heavy rain there. Some rain for portions of the Cayman Islands, some, but more scattered in nature. And then again, really just really significant rain over the island as it's still moving quite slowly until it finally accelerates. But we get 10 to 20 inches in Cuba and maybe 4 to 8 plus in the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. Now, by this time, the storm is rapidly accelerating away. So obviously, the faster a storm moves, the less time it sits over one particular area. Thus, the maximum of rain is likely to come down a bit because of that. And that's what we see through the path of the storm. But, when we look at the GFS model here, as far as rainfall totals go, and again, I get to sit in the background here and figure out where I put that graphic. Let's see. All right. Oh yeah, there's that one. Boy, my system is doing a few weird things. So it should be this one. I know. You guys should still be seeing the one graphic anyway. It's all good. All right, there it is. Boy, it's getting weird on me. Rainfall total in inches in the European model, right? Anywhere hitting this purple is 20 plus inches of rain. But even though the legend only goes up to 20, the model can still pick out the maximum on the map. The maximum on the map is over 34 inches of rain, and that's going to be in the central and the eastern sides of Jamaica, right? From the European model. And again, over time, because of the acceleration of Melissa, the rainfall totals won't be as prominent, but still 10 to 20 inches southeast Cuba, still an additional 8 to 16 inches over the western sides of Haiti, which could give them 30 to 40 inches for a storm total, because they're already in the thick of it with the flooding. The news that I've seen out of Haiti and other areas of South Dominican Republic, it's catastrophic. It's ongoing. Our thoughts are with our friends there. We're talking about isolation of communities and roads being completely washed out, and just the flooding causing travel to probably not be hindered for weeks and weeks to come. It's a significant life-threatening situation in Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and they are still to get potentially more than a foot of rain from this storm. Swung my mic a little bit different. Deterministic model of the European, again, I think right on, the Hurricane Center has pretty much been in agreement with this for a while. Wow, is this thing all crooked? I want to try and look sharp for you guys if I can. Again, you can discount the intensity of the storm as far as pressure. It is outperforming that by a wide margin, right? So it's already stronger. But looking at the track, you've got the slow movement west and then the turn north. Very slowly. Landfall on the European model is right around daybreak or just before on Tuesday morning. And then moving over southeast Cuba, late Tuesday, early Wednesday, and then through the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos throughout the day on Wednesday. Maybe us lingering into early portions of Thursday as well. This is back to the half-day model, right? This is going to be the lowest pressure that I've seen, but that goes along with those winds, right? Those winds that were Cat 5 plus. So the sustained winds were Cat 5 plus in the half-day. Pressure's down to 913. Look, it's down to 941 right now. If the eyewall replacement cycle doesn't happen or occurs and is a very quick cycle, and this storm can get stronger again, 913 again is not out of the question. We've still got at least 30 hours before landfall, but likely longer than that, maybe 38 to 40 hours before landfall. So we're at 941. We got 40 hours before landfall, let's say. We need to go down 28 more millibars. We need to lose, there needs to only drop less than 1 millibar an hour to get to that number. Gotta hope that doesn't happen. But scientifically, it's a plausible scenario for this storm to deepen in that variety. Now, eyewall replacement cycles, again, would elevate or raise the pressure some, and we wouldn't get to this number. And let's hope we don't. But as a plausible scenario, it is. And again, we already looked at that. This is the H-WRF. It's a little bit farther west. It's a little bit weaker, where the pressure almost is right now. So that would be indicative of, hey, there was an eyewall replacement cycle. The storm didn't really gain much more strength, but this would still be a Cat 4, likely. Could even be a Cat 5, but the pressure on 938, yes, again, the H-WRF is on the western tip of the island as it moves in early on Tuesday. But what's the problem? Again, more of the island is on the eastern side, and as large as Melissa is likely to be, while that could mitigate a little bit of the wind impacts for Portland and St. Thomas and maybe even Kingston, right? You've got the entire island now under the east side of the storm, the dirty side of the storm. And we're still having a direct landfall on the western edge of the storm, even with the farther west H-WRF model. Yeah, anyone who is interested in providing some coverage, whether it's videos or anything else, just email me and I can pass along some of the information as to how we're going to do it. It's a bit of a circus, but we're making it work. And we're going to have more extensive, we hope, live coverage and video coverage from Jamaica tomorrow and Tuesday, right? Hey Jay, St. Lucia in the house. How we doing? Again, let me check here. Again, thank you to Gaming with Jamie. Thank you to Jim for the recent fan funding of the channel via your gifting of memberships and your super thanks. Again, if you would like to do that, plenty of ways that you can do that via the super thanks and that heart button that you see. There's also ways in the video description below as well if you choose to do it that way. Again, I appreciate everyone in the chat hitting that like button for me and subscribing to help us keep going as well. We really appreciate all the support here at Meteo Mundo. Again, you know, just looking at this storm with the eye in the last hour, it continues to impress, and that is not a good thing. Again, I have access to reconnaissance aircraft data. Let's see where they are in the storm right now. Looks like the last reports are going to be still the same ones that we had earlier, and these are going to be a little bit deeper later ago. So that was 2 hours ago. I don't see anything else. I might restart the system here real quick. Let's do that. I think this is a perfect. I think this is a perfect time, guys. I'm going to do a quick little reboot, and while I do that, I'm going to bring up our video, and I'll be back here in just a second. I think we'll be able to get some new information if I do this quick reboot here. So you guys really love this music, by the way. I know you do. I've heard so. By the way, it's just YouTube Creator Studio music. I don't really have access to it. I think someone asked for a CD. I don't think I could do a CD. But anyway, all right. I'll be back in just a second, guys. Okay, I'm back. Quick update. For our friends on Jamaica, the toll authority advises the public all toll barriers along Highway 2000 corridors have been lifted effective at 5 o'clock today and will remain lifted until further notice. So temporary lifting of toll barriers. All toll barriers along the Highway 2000 corridors have been lifted effective 5 p.m. local time. So it just occurred about 20 minutes ago and will remain in effect until further notice. All right. So again, pass along some information. Appreciate all my friends in the throughout the chat and who I know otherwise sending along that information. Try and pass along as much local information as I possibly can. If you guys live in these areas and you have some local information to pass along, feel free to drop it in the chat for you guys as well. All right. Since we have new viewers, right? People are coming in and out all the time. Appreciate all of you. Thanks for hitting that like button for me. I want to get back over to Alex's latest video from St. Thomas, because if you're just tuning in, I think this is some pretty compelling video for you guys to see. So let's get a look at that one more time, the video from Alex in the St. Thomas area. Oh, come on. Don't do that to me now. Hang on. All right.
Here's that storm surge that we were talking about earlier. It's starting to roll in. It's about 4 p.m. I'm in St. Thomas, parish of St. Thomas, one of the most eastern parishes in Jamaica. This is a beach that I frequent, and the water actually usually stops right down there, but as you can see, it's rolling right in. We usually have at least 50 or so feet of sand. Let me just wipe my lens. 50 or so feet of sand, but look at this, storm surge rolling right in. Getting gnarly out there.
Okay, again, appreciate Alex sending in that video. He's been running around the southern coastline, Kingston area, all the way towards St. Thomas. Appreciate Justin in the Treasure Beach area sending that in. Again, just kind of a preview here. We anticipate bringing you guys more live streams and more videos from Jamaica for tomorrow's coverage. As you guys know, first of all, maybe you've been watching since we started the channel a couple years ago. Maybe you're brand new to the channel. Anytime we have impactful weather like this across the Caribbean, I'll be going on live covering this storm for you guys live. We did a 12-hour live stream last year for Hurricane Beryl in Jamaica, but we've done countless other live streams for areas as well. And so it's just been a hurricane season where we've been very fortunate. We haven't had a lot of impactful storms. Of course, we covered the storm over the Lesser Antilles earlier this year live for you guys as well. We'll get you covered throughout this entire storm. Tomorrow, Tuesday, and if necessary, and likely necessary, in the Southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos even on Wednesday. So a lot of information here in this. Let me just... those concentric rings that you see, by the way, are just going to be your wind profile fields. So we know that the hurricane force winds are coming over the island. As I've mentioned, a nice little quick reboot of the system did bring up the newest watches and warnings. So you're flashing in red here, southeast Cuba, hurricane warning now to go along with all of Jamaica. You've got a tropical storm warning in blue for the southwest side of Haiti, and then portions of the Cuban peninsula as well. And then also for southern Haiti, it's a hurricane watch. So tropical storm warning, tropical storm conditions are likely, hurricane watch, hurricane conditions are possible. And obviously we know hurricane warnings mean that hurricane conditions are likely in these areas. Yeah, make sure you have your notifications on. There's no doubt about that as well. Going to drop that off. Let's bring on our current surface conditions. These are your temperatures in Fahrenheit. These are your winds. Now, earlier in the day, we had a 53 mile an hour wind in Montego Bay. We had a 46 mile an hour wind in Kingston, but as of last hour, we had another 37 mile an hour wind gust in Kingston. So again, the weather will just continue to deteriorate throughout the rest of this Sunday, although the track of Melissa is likely to parallel the island the remainder of this Sunday. So the brunt of what Melissa is going to bring is not likely to hit the island today. All right, let's be clear about that. But beginning tomorrow, and especially later tomorrow, a turn north and eventually northeast in a acceleration of forward speed is anticipated, and a landfall is likely somewhere on Jamaica. Again, not a lot of way to hopefully, there's not a lot of way that we would get very lucky and have the eye miss the island. And even if it tries to move west, it's not moving far enough west to keep a extremely large storm from bringing direct major hurricane impacts to the island. It really stinks to say that, but all signs point to this making a direct landfall on the island more than likely sometime early on Tuesday. It could be as early as very late Monday night. It could be as late as Tuesday afternoon. The timing of the forward speed is still a little bit up in the air. If the storm were to track a little bit farther west before it turns north, that means it's a longer duration. That would actually pull back the timing slightly deeper into Tuesday. But again, we've looked at the scenarios. A farther west track deeper into the waters of the Caribbean for a longer length of time could allow the storm to get even stronger. Maybe we have an IOR replacement cycle, which knocks down the intensity of the storm or the highest winds, at least for a time. And who knows about the timing of that as of now. But if you live on the island, you have to prepare for major hurricane conditions. West Side says just started to get some moderate showers at Cayman Brac. There you go. So, as far west of the Cayman Islands, they'll get some squalls, right? Little Cayman, Cayman Brac right there. Grand Cayman a little bit farther south and west, but they'll get some squalls. You'll be indirectly impacted by the storm, but if you live in the Cayman Islands, at this point in time, you look to be very fortunate that you're going to be nowhere near where the actual most direct impacts are coming. Hi, Kendra. Chester Castle in Hanover. Appreciate it. Northwest side of the island. Thank you very much. Yep. I'm living near the coastline. I would move ASAP. I mean, I would absolutely second that if you can. You don't, southern coast, it's the inundation of water that I'm very concerned about, right? If you haven't been through it before, right, it's hard to imagine what 9 to 13 feet of water looks like. Again, if you are tuning in, more recently, my childhood home flooded out by salt water. I was in the home. Literally, you opened the door and you watched the salt water flow in. Now, we were in a situation where we weren't going to see feet and feet of a storm surge into the home, but we had enough, and it's salt water where we out of the home for 6 months. We had to leave the home, and they had to completely gut the lower 4 feet of the house, lost all the furniture, lost everything. I've been through it before, right? Growing up on the west coast of Florida, I know the pain. That is minimal compared to what could happen on the island over the next couple of days, right? So I've had personal experience with that kind of displacement. It's not fun. It's not fun to think about, but we have to be prepared. You know, we have to be prepared for what this storm could bring to the coast with a double-digit in feet storm surge, 3-4+ meters of storm surge, and that still could be a bit conservative, just depending on exactly how strong this storm is going to be as it makes landfall. Again, you guys got some questions in the forecast, you let me know. Garrett, how are you doing, my friend? First of all, I hope you're well. It's not hitting tonight. No, it is hitting tomorrow night into Tuesday. Very slow progression off towards the west. I don't have the 5 o'clock advisory map in. I can try an effort to get that, but the 11 o'clock a.m., and it's about the same. Again, slow meandering west tomorrow evening, still offshore, and then moving inland as we get into Tuesday, right? Landfall probably Tuesday morning. And again, that's now a hurricane warning, but just to show you the 11 o'clock, because this track timing hasn't changed much. It's slightly west of this now, but when we're just looking at the dots for timing, it's going to be more than likely early on Tuesday. There's still some wiggle room. Again, I've already mentioned that, but very late Monday night is likely the earliest time frame. The storm itself right now, located, the northern eye wall is about 85 miles from the Kingston Old Harbor area, okay? Roughly. Remember, tropical storm force winds. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think I could do that with that. Extend outward 205 miles. Right? All into these oranges. So as they swing in, that's all going to be tropical storm force winds coming in. 205 miles from the center, tropical storm force winds extend. Right now, all the hurricane force winds, first of all, the fact that this storm looks the way it does leads me to believe that although the wind field on the east side might be slightly better than the west side, there's not much of a difference, right? All of these bright whites are extremely high cloud tops. All of the lightning, again, we have lightning data here at Meteo Mundo. You get convection near that eye, and there's likely still a deepening of the pressures. Look at the outflow, right? The storms firing up and around. Your outflow all the way into the Cayman Islands and even into central Cuba right now. All of the moisture spreading east. We haven't had a lot of time to talk about it on the live stream today, but we've had some heavier rain for Puerto Rico and portions of the Virgin Islands. The southern side, the Dominican Republic, and we normally have a fair amount of people who tune in from the DR, especially the Santo Domingo, Punta Cana areas. I haven't heard a word from them. If there's anyone who lives in the Dominican Republic, even if you live on the north side, like Puerto Plata, the Samana Peninsula, jump in the chat and please let us know how you're doing. The flooding is extremely important. Yes, all the airports are closed as they should be. We can't leave. We got to prepare to ride out this storm on Jamaica. Yeah, 160 is now the highest, with potentially gusts to 190. It's an outrageous scenario to discuss, but that is the forecast. And again, my friends, you know, overnight, this storm went from a minimal hurricane to a Cat 4. It went under explosive development. This is a very, very devastating storm, and it's agonizing, right? It's just creeping south of the island. There's always hope, right, that this does something that we're not anticipating and doesn't have a direct landfall on the island, but nothing that I've seen has that as a scenario. So we have to continue to prepare for a direct impact from this storm. Hey, Ray Eagle Wings, how you doing? Hope you're well. Yeah, absolutely. Prayers for Jamaica indeed. Hey, Sadine, how are you? Friend of the channel, appreciate you jumping in and let me know that it's you. Mandeville starting to feel the winds pick up. Yep, so Mandeville right there on the map, you see it, south central part of the island, a little bit inland, but not much. So on this imagery, you're going to see the reds and the blacks. That's indicative of some of the more significant wind and rain beginning to move into your area. I do have a loop of the Jamaican radar as well, and I'll try and get you guys a fresh loop, but the eye of Melissa is clearly visible on that. And again, some of the most impactful wind and rain just offshore, but the deeper in time that we go and the larger the storm gets, the more that will just continue to overspread the island, right? It's a matter of just time at this point in time, exactly when that is going to occur, but we are expecting that to just continue to be the case throughout the rest of this Sunday and into Monday. But good to see you, Sadina, and I hope you're doing well. Hey, Caribbean Weather Active, how are you? Wind is getting nasty in St. Thomas Parish, yeah. Southeast side of the island, Morant Bay area, Yawlis area, no doubt about it. If you can take videos off of this channel and use it to your videos. I don't understand the question, Crotchat. It's asked me again, do you want to take our coverage and use it on another channel? Or I'm not really sure. Yeah, 40-mile-an-hour winds in St. Thomas. Okay. Hi, Rhea. Thank you very much. 499 super stickers. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Rhea. Big supporter of the channel. I appreciate you as always. Thank you for supporting us as always, and I hope you're doing well. I'm trying to get this latest radar up. But man, either the internet is... How's the internet on the island right now, by the way? If you guys live on Jamaica, how's the internet service at this point in time? There are some indications from some things that I look at that the internet service may already start to be compromised a bit. I'm trying to get the latest radar up and it's not doing real well. Living outside of Falmouth and Trelawney, will I get the worst of the hurricane? It's not out of the question. You know, again, worst of the hurricane. So Falmouth area, by the way, Trelawney, just east of Montego Bay, up here. It's not out of the question, but we have to start to manage our expectations on Jamaica, right? Like west to east, how much of a difference is there really going to be? Now, again, a western tracking storm is going to pull more of the east side, the worst side, you know, close. And close to the center, right? The center line track from the hurricane center is not that far away from the Falmouth area. You know, it's 10 miles. So you would still see the inner core winds from the storm. So unfortunately, the Falmouth area with this track is likely to see significant impacts, which would still be Cat 4 at that point in time. Amanda says internet is intermediate and no cellular service from Digicel. Okay. And I know Digicel is probably the largest internet provider on the island, if I'm not mistaken. Sugar Honey Iced Tea, yes, indeed. So just so we're clear, and this is a good point, NOAA reconnaissance aircraft, they have several of them. They have the NOAA aircraft, they have the Navy aircraft. They're going to be flying in and out of the storm nearly consistently. There will be very little downtime where there is not at least one hurricane reconnaissance aircraft investigating the storm, and potentially more. Now, sometimes they'll transmit the data that I can see it and we can look at that real time. Sometimes that doesn't happen. It does look like the latest that I'm getting, I basically just get like the latest. It's still the old data from about 2 hours ago. So not worth looking at, but I'll keep monitoring that. That's a little bit more intermittent on my side to pick up that data. Santa Cruz, St. Elizabeth, same situation, right? Where again, unfortunately, the center line track is right over Santa Cruz. Now again, this track can and will shift. we don't look at just the line. We understand that if I were to, I can't do this in real time, but you guys can just clearly see it. If I were to take the core of this storm and superimpose it over the island, it's going to dwarf the island, right? And because your sustained hurricane force winds extend 30 miles out right now. So if we look at this as it moves inland, if this were the direct centerline track, your main strongest winds would be Maypen to Hayes, right? East, Mandeville for shore, Savlamar, Cambridge, probably getting close to Montego Bay. And again, that's from the southern point. If we go here, from where it is at this 4, sustained hurricane force winds in Montego Bay and Falmouth and Ocho Rios and other areas, and likely to still see hurricane conditions in Kingston. Now, potentially the far eastern side of the island, Portland and St. Thomas parishes, avoids sustained hurricane force winds, but as big as this storm is, I don't even want to give that messaging to you guys. I'm concerned that 90+% of the island will see hurricane force sustained winds at least. It's just that massive of a storm. Now again, western sides, right, are on the weaker side, but you're not far enough away from Negril, right? You're now only 40 miles from that center line, which means the eye wall is probably right about here, which means now you're 27 miles from the eye, and there's just not a lot of buffer, guys. You know, if we take the scenario that the storm actually makes landfall over Westmoreland Parish instead of St. Elizabeth or Manchester, I could see a scenario where far eastern sides of the island maybe avoid the brunt of it. But we're still looking at, again, a storm coming on shore as more than likely a Category 4 with winds of 140, maybe even 150 miles an hour. And again, where you see these 5 dots, that's 160 mile an hour winds and sustained or gusts to 195. These are outrageous numbers in the official forecast from the Hurricane Center. 160, gusts to 195. God, I hope that it doesn't come in at that strength. Shouldn't, but it might be closer than what we want it to. Again, is there a chance it just goes west? There is always an opportunity for it to do something we don't expect, right? As great as tropical meteorology has become, it's not an exact science, but what we can look at, right, is how well that the models have performed with this storm, right? Most of the models were very good early this week, and I mean early this week when it was close to the ABC Islands. If you guys are followers of the channel, remember how we talked about this slow, erratic northwest movement where it would be caught in between the areas of the two areas of high pressure, and it wouldn't move much. And if anything, it might creep west, right? And then from there, it was okay. One of the areas of high pressure is going to erode away and allow weakness to develop to the north, and that should allow the quote-unquote escape route from the Caribbean. Unfortunately, that escape route just happens to be right over Jamaica and Cuba and the southeast Bahamas. So unfortunately, this thing has done what the majority of the models outside the GFS has said it was going to do. And again, you have an area of high pressure here with your clockwise winds. You've got an area of high pressure here with your clockwise winds. So the south winds on the west side of this high, the north winds on the east side of this high are counteracting each other in between, which is where Melissa is. So the steering currents have been weak, and that's why it's been drifting. But eventually, you get this little weakness develop here. You get the southwest winds to kick in at the surface and at the mid-levels, and it should shoot the storm north, okay? So I will always grant you the plausibility that it's going to do something that we're not expecting, but I believe that that scenario is a very low chance right now. And that if you live on Jamaica, you have to prepare for major hurricane conditions starting tomorrow night as the storm turns into the island. I wish it was a different scenario, but I don't believe it's going to be. No cell service in parts of Jamaica and Antigua in and out. Okay, thank you. In Antigua? Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, no one's unfortunately being able to leave. The airports are closed. We have to shelter in place. We have to take, first of all, I hope that anyone on the island, heated, local government, local officials, over the last several days, the things that I've been talking about on the channel, to have preparations done now, right? We're already getting 40 and 50 mile an hour wind gusts. When these sustained tropical storm conditions move in overnight, it's going to virtually be impossible to do any other last minute preparations. You know, you have to be done with that. You have to hopefully have hardened your property as much as you possibly can, and, you know, get ready to ride out the storm in where you feel is the safest available area, right? Whether that's home or in a shelter, that is your responsibility, right? I pass on the information. What you do with that is your responsibility. Heeding local government and local official messaging as well, right? But this is a very serious, life-threatening situation that I want everyone to understand and be prepared for, and the unfortunate devastation that is likely to come across the island with these kinds of winds and rainfall totals and storm surge that are expected out of Melissa. You know, again, whatever terminology you want to use, life-threatening, devastating, catastrophic, are come along with this storm. That is not hype messaging. That is a likely scenario with this storm, as strong as it is. And again, I've been doing this for a long time. As far as the probability and what impacts this storm could bring to Jamaica is right up there with any other significant storm that I've ever covered, whether that's Cat 5 hurricanes in the southeast United States, EF5 tornadoes when I worked in Oklahoma City. You know, I worked in some of the most dangerous, most prolific weather areas of the world, and this one will be up there because of the likelihood of the devastating impacts and the infrastructure damage it's going to bring. I'm glad to hear you guys are taking it seriously. That's the most important thing, right? Is to get this message out, that everyone understands, right? About what this storm can bring to the area, and to just be as prepared as possible. There is only so much we can do. There is. So we get prepared as much as we possibly can. We hope for the best, but we prepare for the worst. So far, cell service in Kingston is okay. In some parts, there are issues. For me and my family, so far, so good. That's good, right? And I hope that ends up being the case. Please advise how far you think Savamar is from the eye. I mean, again, it's just one center line. Savamar is going to be within the eye wall if this takes the track that it does. About 27 miles from the center line. If the eye's 15, 20 miles wide, so you're less than 20 miles from the center. I mean, you're in the core winds from the storm, as large as it is, right? You have to take into account how big the storm is. So unfortunately, not far enough away. You know, 20 plus miles from the center line track, less than 20 miles from the outer eye wall. My pleasure, Just Smile. Chances of it weakening, not appreciable. Again, might go through an eye wall replacement cycle. But let's be clear. The forecast from the Hurricane Center is for it to just get stronger between now and tomorrow morning and reaching Cat 5 status. It's got to go another 12 miles per hour to get there. Remember, the Hurricane Center will only go every 5. So if the storm is 153 mile an hour winds, they will round to 155. If the storm is 152, they'll round to 150. We only go up in increments of 5 from the official forecast from the Hurricane Center, right? So you're going to get 155 as a Cat 4 and then 160 as a Cat 5. But that's the official forecast. 160. Now, again, my system doesn't round. So that's why you'll see a little bit different. You'll see the true number to the specific mile an hour. So you'll see 161 and 196. Now again, this dot, the 4, right? So it has worked its way at this point in time in the Hurricane Center's track to the north side of the island, about ready to exit the island, and it still has 130 mile an hour winds with gusts to 160. So you get the idea of what the Hurricane Center expects it to be even on the north side of the island. And again, this is throughout the day Tuesday. The time that you see is just the initial set time, and even that is old, right? So one thing I don't like about this one product is that the time is not specific to the location. And even the set time is wrong because it's actually the 5 o'clock advisory. But anyway, 130 to 160. That is correct. And again, just looking at this storm, as far as movement, it's due west. Again, hurricanes do not move in straight lines. They stair step like this because they're wobbling around an asymmetric center. So that's the wobble that you see. But we just like to draw them in nice straight paths because it's easier for us to understand. But they're stair stepping. They're doing this, and then we just draw that nice smooth line over time. But when we look at this, this is a perfect line. It's a due west line, and we've continued to. And this is a nice loop over the last 6 hours, by the way. We continue to just bisect that eye right in half on that line. I think the biggest question is just when does it begin the north turn? Remember, if it goes farther west before it does try and turn, potentially a little bit farther west than what the Hurricane Center has right now, which I grant you is a possibility, it just puts the dirtier, more intense east side of the storm over a larger part of the island. It's really not a better scenario for most. For some, maybe, but not for most. We have our spaghetti plots that you guys know. Hey, Sir Dad, Life Better, how are you? Hurricane always try to avoid the Blue Mountain. I hear you. Let's get the hearts out for Sir Dad, Life Better, who has multiple times on this live stream supported the channel in a lot of different ways. So thank you very much, Dad, Life Better, for your support. Very awesome, and I appreciate you so much. But again, these are your spaghetti plots. Now, sure, you got a couple of outliers that take the turn a little bit slower. You can ignore the ones through the Cayman Islands. There's just no way, at least in my opinion, that's going to happen. The Hurricane Center has fully dismissed them, and all the other more precise models so far have dismissed them as well. Your really tight cluster is within about 10 miles on either side of the center line. And the Hurricane Center is following along with that as well, right? There will be some shifts in this track, guys. That's going to happen. You know, there's two things that could happen here that could still put a wrench in exactly where it could landfall. One is, how quickly does it start turning north? Okay? Maybe it is farther west. Maybe it's quicker. And then the second thing is, it's not a due north line from here. It bends back north and east. So maybe that turn northeast is quicker. Maybe instead of coming up like this, it goes more like that. That is still, I think, a plausible scenario. The interesting thing is, you could have a slower turn to the north, so it goes farther west, but then a quicker turn back north and east, and it still ends up in the same spot, right? We'll see how it plays out. But there's high agreement, at least in the models, that a landfall central, maybe western sides of Jamaica is the highest likely scenario sometime on Tuesday. Bull Bay, the wind is very heavy here, light rain, Bull Bay. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Appreciate all the information you guys want to pass along. Remember, you guys are helping to tell the story, right? This is why I do this. This is not just a one-way street. I want to hear from you guys. Let me know what's going on in your area in the comments. I appreciate all the supporters of the channel. Good night, Brent. Wish you the best. Yep, there are areas like Savlamar that are easily inundated with water, and that is a problem, right? Some of that is kind of a receding coastline in some areas, and the water can quickly move in. Hey, Samuel, how you doing? For the northern Bahamas, on Wednesday, I would expect some potential tropical storm force gusts, but only indirect impacts. At this point in time, I'm not concerned about any really significant areas of impact in the northern Bahamas, but some gusty winds and some squalls on Wednesday are possible. I'll be monitoring for you guys as well. It does get eerily quiet sometimes before these storms move in. That can be something else as well, where everything goes a little bit still for a minute, and it ramps right back up. Okay, I appreciate thank you for the 199 super thanks. Now, again, I always try and pronounce names right. I don't know if it's like Shay, VII, and we're doing like the 7 in Roman numerals, so it's like Shay 7, or if it's like Shay V. However it is, and I apologize if I got it wrong, thank you for your support. That's the most important thing. Thank you for tuning in. Let's get the hearts out in chat. Hi, Amy. How are you? Let's get the hearts out for Amy as well. Member of the channel. Again, if you're a member of the channel, you will see your custom badge and emoji next to your name. So Amy is a newer member, so she's got that new badge next to her name. We have some who have been a member of the channel for more than a year. You'll see that. Their names pop up in different colors. She got the $5 super sticker. So Amy, I appreciate your support. Thank you very much. And by the way, if I didn't read this, Dead Alive Better said, because it's brand new. It popped up on my screen earlier. Sir Dead Alive Better, thank you very much for that. Again, multiple super thanks on this one live stream. And he says something that means a lot to me. It really does. He says, I found this channel during Hurricane Beryl last year. Rusty kept me updated when I was worried about my family. I will always do what I can to show my appreciation. And that means a lot because it means that there was something, impactful that we brought here on the channel and that you found and you were appreciative of, and you're willing to support the channel from here out. And that's the most important thing that I'm trying to do, right? In real time, pass along this information and do it in a very calm way, doing it in a way where we get the most important information to as many people as we possibly can. And so to hear that means a lot, because that's the mission of this channel. So thank you very much, Sir Dad Life Better. That really does, keeps me going, as you say. When you hear things like that from you guys, gives me a little bit more energy to keep going. All right. So we're coming up on 7 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, which sadly will go away soon, and we'll be back to standard time, and it'll be dark before you know it. So 6 o'clock local time in Jamaica. Again, we're still monitoring Melissa. Now again, this live stream, wanted to come on for you guys. Obviously, we had a storm that got significantly stronger overnight and is now a major category 4 hurricane. Wanted to make sure I imparted the information as far as what is happening with the storm right now and what is going to be happening with the storm as far as track, timing, intensity, to get you guys as prepared as possible. The majority of the hurricane force conditions are not going to be felt on the island until starting tomorrow. Now, you guys know I got you covered here, right? We're going to be doing a lot of live streaming over the next several days. Now, I don't have an exact time frame yet, but extended live streams will be coming over the next couple of days and likely on Wednesday as well. So, especially for me, it is a marathon, not a sprint. But again, We had some video for you guys today from Justin and Alex, and there are others that we're in communication with to try and bring you guys additional live streams and videos on the island as conditions continue to get worse. So keep an eye out for that. And obviously we've got other areas of coverage coming. But the biggest thing right now, again, is that if you do live on Jamaica, got to get prepared for what unfortunately is going to be an extremely impactful storm with conditions that would just continue to go downhill throughout the remainder of tonight, and then especially throughout Monday and Tuesday as well. Hi, Shinji Lamarta. Boy, I hope that's right. It's an awesome name regardless. Thank you so much for your super thanks as well. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Shinji. I appreciate it. Thank you again for your support. Have we gotten to 100,000 subscribers yet? That's when we threatened to do the merch store that you guys were asking for. I'm joking because I know we're not there. So we have a poll that's up just asking if you're in the path of the storm. You want to check that out? Up bad. Chat's on fire today. Yes, it is. Absolutely, Eddie. All right. See where we want to move on to next here. Again, I think some of this information is just important to keep reiterating as folks come in and out of the chat, right? The fact of when I really expect the weather to just go downhill. And that typically coincides with the arrival of your sustained tropical storm force winds, right? So we expect that to pick up east side of the island to begin with, central and then western sides. But basically by daybreak tomorrow, we've got a lot of the southeast coast, including Kingston area, Portmore, Spanish Town, Halfway Tree, Old Harbor, probably even towards Mandeville and Maypen and Hayes, that will be in sustained tropical storm conditions. I would include Yawlis, all of St. Thomas Parish, Morant Point, in those areas. That should just spread west pretty quickly, where by midday tomorrow, the entire island, even up towards Montego Bay, is in sustained tropical storm conditions. Then it's just a matter of time based on the track of the time from the Hurricane Center that unfortunately hurricane force conditions, right, winds sustained of over 74 miles an hour begin to move into the island late Monday and especially overnight throughout Tuesday. The tropical storm force winds will obviously precede the hurricane force winds, and those will just spread to the north and to the east as we go through the early part of the week. Now again, we're still getting pummeled in Haiti with the significant life-threatening flooding that continues to occur on the island, feet of rain there, sustained tropical storm conditions, potentially some hurricane gusts, which is why they have the hurricane watch. You got the hurricane warning for southeast sides of Cuba, including the Guantanamo area and Santiago de Cuba. Again, their worst weather coming in later on Tuesday, and then the tropical storm and then hurricane force winds overspreading the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos on Wednesday. Those areas are likely to begin to fall under hurricane watches and warnings fairly quickly as well. So this is the overall impacts. No signs of weakening. No signs of weakening. Let's do it. Let's get to 100,000. A lot of folks like you, 123 Scheffler, I live somewhere else. I've got family on Jamaica. I know friends who live on Jamaica. I've got interest in Jamaica. I visit Jamaica. I love Jamaica. Everyone is very interested in this storm, and for very good reasons. Because again, this is about as aggressive, if you will, to use a word, that I've had to write up a summary of what we're likely to see, knowing that all of this, unfortunately, is likely to become reality. But if you live on the island, these are the things that you need to prepare for, right? The catastrophic and the life-threatening flash flooding, the storm surge that is likely to be 9 to 13 feet on the southern side of the island, which could be even higher than that. And remember, that doesn't take into account the wave action and the swell action as well. The extensive infrastructure damage. So, obviously, buildings are going to be significantly impacted by this storm. The potential to have other larger buildings that could continue to be unusable for a long stretch of time. And that does depend, of course, on what the building is made out of, right? Is it cement, concrete of some sort, metal, wood? That will matter as to the fail with the winds coming in on the storm. So we do expect, unfortunately, extensive infrastructure damage. Long duration power and communication outages. It could be not just days, but it could be weeks, right? Depending on just how much damage, tree damage, things that need to be cleared, power lines that need to be put back up, right? Internet, everything could be down for a long duration. Unfortunately, with the amount of rain that we're talking about across the island, especially in the eastern parishes, which are likely to be measured in feet of rain, right? Maybe 500 to 100 to 1,000 millimeters. Landslides and mudslides are nearly guaranteed and could be very extensive, right? This could lead to roads being washed away, and in some areas that could isolate communities, right? Where if there's only one main road in and out, or even if there's multiple roads in and out, but you're in an area with fast moving water that can wash out the roads, we could see that isolation. Again, being prepared for a longer duration without utilities, so having fresh water and non-perishable foods is a really important thing to have in a storm like this. We've talked about your documentation, any vital records that are important to you, putting those in Ziploc bags and taping them up. So at least there's a waterproof barrier between those very important documents is always a good idea. I mentioned medications. You don't want to be on a important medication that you take on a daily basis and not have enough of a subscription to get you through this storm, right? So having a good supply of that medication, especially if it's a very important one to your health, is important. Remember to check in on the pets as well. Make sure that they are secure. And the last message I'll put out is for those who have children, like myself. This is obviously a very scary situation, right? We want to make sure that we are the level-headed and calm members of the family. We don't want to sugarcoat what is going to happen, but we want to talk to them in a very calm and reassuring way and let them know that you've done everything you can to keep them as safe as possible. You're watching this channel. Rusty's keeping me updated as to what's happening. He's letting us know the timing and what is likely to happen. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's likely to be very significant, but we're gonna weather this storm together, and we're gonna come out of this as best as we possibly can. Just having that reassuring, calming voice can go a long way, because they're gonna go through this storm with you, and they're gonna remember this storm for a long time as well. And those thoughts will be with them, well throughout their life. And so, having someone to give them that reassuring voice is always an important thing. I do it with my kids. Again, with Hurricane Milton last year, that was a very strong storm that even where we live in Florida, we had some minor home damage. It was nothing significant, right? But I made sure that I let my kids know what I was expecting with that storm, so that when the 80+ mile an hour winds came here and the home was rattling, they understood that I expected that, right? And so try and bring that along. And of course, as we get closer to time, right? It's not happening today. This is tomorrow into Tuesday. I'll continue to remind you of that messaging and exactly what we would expect in these areas. But we need to be that calming voice for the younger kids, no doubt about it. Thank you, New York. I appreciate you. Let's get the hearts out. Just subscribed as well. Thank you. Again, I don't know if it's Shay 7 like Roman numerals, or going Shay V. However it is, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Fiona. Fiona, you don't have to. I appreciate you tuning in, though, and being a big part of this channel, being a moderator. The models, unfortunately, have a very difficult time with how quickly storms can get strong in the environment that's present over the last several years. We saw it with Beryl, especially saw it with Helene and Milton last year. And this year, the Hurricane Center took a much more aggressive approach. Even though the models weren't showing this extensive of rapid development, if you followed my videos the last couple of days, you know, the Hurricane Center was always on top of this. I will give them credit for that because they were always going on the peak end, or the, you know, the bell curve of intensity. They were on the far right, the most intense all the way through, okay? But yes, agreeably that the models really do struggle with rapid intensification. They can handle a storm that more moderately intensifies, as the majority of hurricanes and storms have in our recorded history, but with sea surface temperatures being outrageously hot, with the wind shear being very, you know, not very present anymore, these storms have just found ways to rapidly intensify outside of the model guidance, which is really important when it comes to hurricane reconnaissance aircraft, because it's the aircraft that are going in and out of this storm in real time that are giving us the latest winds, that are giving us the latest pressures, and showing how strong that storm is getting. Independence City, Portmore. Well, I'll tell you, you know, in the Portmore area, right, need to take this storm as seriously as you possibly can. Obviously, it's dependent on how high up you are, right, in elevation, you know, as to the potential for flooding. Flooding of low-lying areas is very expected. The problem is you get up into some of those higher areas, and now you're more exposed to the wind. So, unfortunately, I hate to say this, but please take every precaution you can just to be in what you think is the most secured area, and you're going to be sheltering in place, right? You're not moving. You found that spot. That's where you're going to hunker down for the storm. It's the best advice I can give you without knowing exactly where you are and exactly the surroundings with you. But I would say this: if you live very close to the water, especially on the southern side of the island, you might want to be contemplating getting inland, right? Always heed local government and local official advice, but with the inundation of water that is likely to come with the storm, we know that that's going to push water inland from near the coast. And you guys saw the video a couple of times from St. Thomas earlier today about already the turned up wave action, right? The significance. It is, isn't it? Yeah, we'll get the 8 o'clock update. That'll just be an intermediate from the Hurricane Center. I don't expect there to be much change. I really don't. You know, it's going due west. We're looking at it in real time. Let's pause this real quick. Maybe just the littlest, do you guys see this little tongue here of green? Maybe the littlest of drier air trying to get into the storm just a little bit, but I mean, that could just be cutting off the deeper convection here, and you've just got this monster. You know, I'm not gonna, you know, there's nothing that is gonna slow this storm up anytime soon. The only thing that's gonna mitigate the intensity is if it goes under what's called an eye wall replacement cycle, which is where an outer eye forms, collapses into the inner eye. So this goes away. You get more of a kind of a bit of an overcast at the eye, which reduces the winds, raises the pressure, but it's all temporary. You know, it's basically like something just blowing its top, right? It can't stay that strong forever. So it blows its top, it shrinks again, reorganizes, and becomes right back. And with some of the storms, actually gets even stronger after an eye wall replacement cycle. Don't expect that with this particular storm. But it is plausible that we go under an eye wall replacement cycle before landfall. The Hurricane Center has mentioned that. And so that's why they talk about fluctuations in intensity, right? there's fluctuations as to what the peak wind could be. But as I've mentioned many, many times in this live stream, in some ways, it doesn't actually matter that much. Whether this moves on shore as a 160 mile an hour hurricane, 140 mile an hour hurricane, or even slightly less, because the damage is likely to do in all of those winds are going to be about the same in most areas, right? If a structure will fail in 160 mile an hour winds, it's likely to fail in 140 mile an hour winds and likely to fail in 120 mile an hour winds. You get below 100, where there could be some differences in the overall infrastructure damage, but anywhere above that, it appreciably ends up being about the same. There could be additional tree damage, and the rainfall comes into that as well. The biggest variable, right, that could impact more areas outside of the significant wind is the amount of rain. Again, if it's 10 to 15, that would be less, but still significant. But if we get to 25, 30, 35 inches of rain, the amount of flooding is likely to be historic in along portions of the island. So Dead or Life Better, man, I appreciate you. I don't know what else to say. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. We, one more time, need to get the hearts out in chat for Sir Dead or Life Better for another $9.99 super thanks. I appreciate it, my friend. And as you guys know, we take your support and we put it to full use. And it does matter. Look, we're a growing channel. We need to continue to grow. We're doing some things that we hope you find unique. We hope we're doing some things, that you appreciate my presentation, appreciate my philosophy on these storms, and hopefully my expertise, and that we'll get all through all of this together. So hopefully that's the reason why you're tuning in. On the technical side of things, we have some very exciting things coming your way in 2026. We hope, right? The channel needs to continue to grow for us to be able to do that, but hopefully that's the case. And again, in good weather and bad, right? I don't just jump on when there's horrible weather. We do daily updates across the Caribbean and the Bahamas to just tell the weather story in this area. No strong winds yet in Hayes and Clarendon. Yep. Again, I don't want to fully discount a miss west, right? And look, I'm with you guys on trying to find what's the best case scenario that could happen out of this storm. I completely, if there's a way out, great. I just remind you that even if the storm, and let's get into it, because there's been plenty of people who have been in the chat about this west movement, right? So let me just show you the scenario here. Let's say the storm creeps due west, and that bow, that turn, is farther west, still forecast to come back north and east, and let's say that this ultimately ends up being the track. Okay, right? The problem is, if this is where the eye is that all of the east side of the storm with your onshore winds and the most prominent part of the storm is over the island, right? If you guys go back to the videos I made earlier in the week, I was talking about how the best case scenario for Jamaica was a miss east to keep the weaker west side of the storm over the island. A miss west isn't nearly as good, right? And how far west are we talking with a storm that's this large? The miss west would have to be significant, well beyond even what the far west models are showing right now. So that's the problem with kind of giving your hopes up for a west turn. I wish it was a different scenario. I mean, I think you guys know me well enough to know that if we could find some reason to feel better about things, I'm all for it. But at this point in time, pretty much all the data shows that this thing is likely to head for a direct impact. And that's what we're going to go with right now. Could things change by tomorrow morning? Sure, always a possibility. But this is what we need to prepare for today. I'm going to do one thing off air real quick. I'll leave that on. I am going to I'm going to behind the scenes just real quick look at the latest European model. And I'll look at the latest Google DeepMind as well. If there's something to pass along, I'll let you know. Let's see here. I mean, it is slightly west, but it is still over the island, and it is early Tuesday. Again, I mean, you know, let's say it's even here. That's still the majority of the island getting the east side, and now the inner core winds are over the western side of the island. It just has to go much farther west than that if there's a scenario where, like, hey, it's actually better. Unfortunately, this scenario, I think, puts even more hurricane force winds over the island. There's not much of a change. It's just slightly west of that line. We'll look at the Google DeepMind. Same situation with the Google DeepMind. I might be able to show this. It looks like now there might be 3 members that are just offshore. So 40, I mean, look, let's be clear. There is a slight shift west, absolutely, right? Slight shift west in the models since this morning. We always expect there to be some changes to the track. It's just a line on a map. It's not set in stone. But is it an appreciable change to the impacts that we would see on the island? Right now, the answer, for the most part, is no. Again, appreciate you guys sending in photos and videos, too. Thank you so much. You know, I'm not nearly concerned with the direct track line because the impact's going to be felt so much wider than that. Let's see if I can get you guys this latest Google DeepMind. I should be able to. It might take a second to pop up, but again, appreciate all my friends in the chat on the island or elsewhere. Let me know how you guys are doing. Let me know what's going on. All of that is appreciated because you're not just informing me, you're informing everyone in the chat. And that's the biggest thing, spreading the information, right? And letting us know what you guys are seeing in real time. It's one reason why I do this channel, for that interaction between us. When will the high pressure ridge lift in the Western Caribbean? It begins to erode tomorrow, which is why it produces a weakness and allows the storm to turn north. There's also weakness building to the north of the storm, which is kind of giving it its quote unquote escape route. Let's see here. Hey, One Gloria Nation, welcome to being a supporter. Thank you very much for doing so, and hope you're well, and appreciate you tuning in and being part of the channel. So thank you. All right, so that's the oldest one. Okay, let's see here. You're the newer one, all right, indeed. All right, so hopefully that'll load up in just a second, and we can take a look at that together. Can this storm impact Nassau? More than likely not. What we would likely see in Nassau on Wednesday is just some squally weather. Again, indirect impacts, yes. Some squalls, maybe some gusty winds from time to time, yes. But any direct impacts from that storm, it is not expected. It is expected to stay into the southeast Bahamas, Turks and Caicos. Again, western side of the storm is weaker with the wind fields aren't as significant on the west side as far as distance from the storm. So I'm not expecting the sustained tropical storm conditions to get to New Providence or Eleuthera or Andros or the Abacos or Grand Bahama. Central Bahamas, certainly a possibility. Right now, again, this storm is forecast to be a Category 2 in the southeast Bahamas. It is not going to be a joke there. It's going to be accelerating, so the rainfall totals are likely to be a lot lower. But as far as wind impacts for southeast Cuba, which is under a hurricane warning, southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos, those could still be very extensive as well. Bringing that line again here. You know, I mean, again, if you average out the wobble like we are over the last 6 hours, that thing is still going just due west. It is all going to be about when this wants to turn, right? All going to be about it. It's, again, there, yeah, sure, there's a difference that it's farther west. I just keep trying to make sure that I'm reiterating this point that a farther shift west, if it's only slightly, is not necessarily a better scenario. So I hope I've gotten that message out at least. If it goes far enough west, okay, maybe. But all right. Newest one hasn't popped up yet, but I'm working on it. Again, should be there right now, but it's not. So Haiti and the Dominican Republic is unfortunately continued to be inundated by the rain, right? And we can take a look at the impacts one more time as well. We've had feet of rain, especially in the southern peninsula of Haiti, and Port-au-Prince has had 35, 40 mile an hour winds for the last several days. This is a flood situation for Hispaniola. That's the biggest impact. Feet of rain, southern DR, south and western sides of Haiti, multiple reports of just catastrophic flooding, right? There's not, you know, a lot of cell service data, especially in Haiti right now, not a lot of communications, but the sparse information that I've seen is that this scenario is not good. And again, it just is going to continue to be an area that gets hit on the east side of the storm with waves of heavier rain, some gusty winds. Again, they could get 30 to 40 inches of rain in the western sides of Haiti from this storm. And they've already had 2 feet in a couple of spots. And the Hurricane Center from their 5 o'clock advisory was talking about an additional 8 to 16 inches of rain. So you get 20 to 25 already, and you get an extra 8 to 16, and now you're in that 30 to 40 inch rainfall total, which is outrageous. Melissa, the Acklands should be beginning preparations for potential hurricane conditions in your area on Wednesday. It is forecast to be a Category 2 over your area on Wednesday, with conditions going downhill later on Tuesday. So whatever preparations that you feel like you need to make with the potential for a Category 2 hurricane to move over your island very quickly, you're gonna wanna get those done tomorrow, right? And again, infrastructure issues in the southeast Bahamas certainly can be a scenario as well, where, you know, again, loss of power, loss of water, you know, not being able to pump the gas from the you know, gas station, loss of internet service for days is a possibility in the southeast Bahamas, Acklands, Mayaguana, Inagua, and all the Turks and Caicos as well. So you do have tomorrow for sure to prepare. So non-perishables, bottled water, things you want to get for a few days to be without utilities, batteries, right? Make sure everything's charged up and ready to go. You do have a little bit of time in the southeast Bahamas. Cuba has, the southeast sides of Cuba has tomorrow and only tomorrow before the storm begins to move in. It did not just complete an eye wall replacement cycle. It might begin to be going under an eye wall replacement cycle, which is where it forms an outer eye that basically consolidates and basically consolidates the inner eye, where you get that non-classic look. It kind of becomes more of that gray overcast. It basically weakens the storm in a small way, for a short period of time. So an eyewall replacement cycle can reduce the maximum winds, right? But it's only for a short duration until the eye begins to reform. It doesn't kill the storm in any way. And as I mentioned before, sometimes the storm can come back even stronger for an eyewall replacement cycle. Not expecting that with Melissa, and maybe this knocks it down from a Cat 5 to a Cat 4, but not going to have a lot of overall impacts, even if it reduces the max winds by 15 or 20 miles an hour. Let me check and see if I got this new one in here or not. I guess not. All right. I'm gonna have to talk to some people I know to try and figure this out. Yeah, that's not the right one. What you guys are seeing right now is the old one. Or maybe you guys aren't seeing it. I don't know. Maybe you guys are seeing the map. Oh, okay. Might have progress. We'll see. All right. You guys are still seeing the map. That's fine. Okay. 932 from Recon, not out of the question. Now, they might see 932 and they might set it at a different level. I don't want to sit here and say it's going to be 932. But a lowering of pressure with this storm is still likely in the short term. Remember, it is forecast to become a Category 5. We're not there yet, but we're on that path. Again, just in real time, looking at the center, tracking down that center line, it's all going to be about when this wants to curve north. That is going to be the biggest variable and question mark still for the island. Remember, tracks are just lines on a map. They're not gospel, right? Things can and will change. But a large swing outside of this cone of uncertainty, which on the very far western side is brushing the island, is a very low-end scenario because we're running out of time, right? We're running out of time for this to do something different. There generally cannot be a sudden change in direction. They don't have minds of their own. It's following the very weak steering currents that are into play. The forecast is that for there to be a weakness to develop north of it and allowing this storm to follow that weakness in with our two areas of high pressure on either side. So there's a reason why the storm has been moving like it's been moving, which, by the way, was very nicely forecasted by the Hurricane Center. There's a reason why it's going slowly west right now, and there's a reason why all of the models pick up on that turn to the north. Again, when we look at our spaghetti plots, right, from all of the high-resolution models, a few are on the western periphery of this. Again, we can discount the ones that just shoot it west. There's always going to be one or two, just like the GFS. The GFS is out to lunch, doesn't have a good handle of the storm. Haven't shown it to you today because there's no reason to introduce it. But your vast majority cluster are still here. Now, can there be more of a shift west between now and tomorrow night? Sure, absolutely, right? But a shift far enough away to keep the island in the clear seems extremely unlikely at this point in time. I know we want to, again, think for the best, and we will, but we have to prepare for what the Hurricane Center and the models are showing, and that is a direct landfall of this storm as a major hurricane. When the hurricane's over Atkins, how far will the hurricane extend? Well, hard to say at this point in time. I expect it to still be a large storm. I expect it to be moving quickly. And based on this centerline track, you would obviously have hurricane force winds over the Atkins right now, right? Because you have your centerline right over that area. Did I miss a fan funding? I don't want to do that. All right, Gloria Nation, again, a supporter of the channel. Appreciate you, Gloria, or One Gloria Nation. Thank you very much. So we've got the poll, and almost, 850 of you have answered, and more than half are in the line of this storm. So there you go. When does it start making the turn north toward Jamaica? Starting tomorrow morning. Throughout the day, Monday, right? Slowly progressing here by early on Monday and then turning north and beginning to accelerate. So this would be like Tuesday afternoon, right here. I'm going to see. I think I might have been able to. Yes, okay. Hallelujah. The new Google DeepMind. All right. Again, the Google DeepMind model. So this is the brand new run, right? Shows it as a Cat 4. Google DeepMind model has done very well during hurricane season. It's an ensemble product like the European and the GFS, meaning that there are 50 different iterations of the model that run, and you get these spaghetti plots, right? Now, earlier run today, all 50 members had a direct landfall over Jamaica, right? You can see now there are a couple, 2 or 3, that are just off of the West Coast, but just off the West Coast. And again, not far enough away to where with an extremely large, powerful hurricane like Melissa is, that it's pulling the core of the storm far enough away to reduce the impacts. Potentially, far eastern parishes will be in a slightly better condition with wind for St. Thomas and Portland parishes, but remember, this is the east side of the storm where all the rain is going to be. And the majority of the models on the Google DeepMind have it as a Cat 5. I see a little bit more orange here, which is Cat 4-ish, right? But for the most part, we're coming in with a 4 or 5. But there's the recurve. And again, this is the brand new one. Now, one thing I'll say is that there's not too many members that are near Kingston or east, but we're still close enough in a lot of these where significant wind impacts and the storm surge on the east side of the storm is still very prominent through the majority of the island. Southeast Cuba and into southeast Bahamas. Maybe, if it does stay a little bit farther west, slightly farther away from Turks and Caicos, but again, you're on the east side of the storm. So potential hurricane impacts for Turks and Caicos as well. So again, that's the look at the latest Google DeepMind model, the spaghetti plots to that, the ensemble members. So for my friends in the Bahamas, like Cat Island and places like that, the potential impacts are still a little bit up in the air, right? We have to see how this storm handles the intensity and exactly where it's going to go. I'm not ignoring, the fact of what people ask me in the Bahamas. We're just a little too far away to be talking about exact impacts right now. Now, I'll say for someone who's asking about Cat Island, you're on the west side of the storm, the weaker side of the storm, and hopefully you wouldn't see direct hurricane impacts, maybe some tropical storm impacts, but that's still a little bit in the wash, a little bit down the road. Hopefully tomorrow, and especially early on Tuesday, I'll have a better feel for it based on what the intensity of the storm is at that point in time and exactly where it's going. But I would say for the central Bahamas, there is certainly the possibility for sustained tropical storm conditions, and hopefully we're avoiding the hurricane conditions in the central Bahamas. All right, so we are coming up on the 8 o'clock advisory. So what do we get a 7 o'clock advisory for here? Why did we get a 7 update? What was that? Trying to figure out what the little update was. Did they give a track? Sorry, just trying to figure out what it was. 145, west at 5 and 941. All right. All right. Anyway, so we got the intermediate at 8 o'clock. Again, let me be clear. It is not going to be a track shift from the hurricane center. Now, we might see on my system there be a little bit of a change in this because, again, the Navy, which is where I'm pulling this data from, in the intermediate advisories, they do give a track shift change. Typically, all that is a heads up, if you will, as to what the Hurricane Center is going to do in the next 3 hours, right? In coordination, in conjunction with everything. So we kind of get the information a little bit first. It may be slightly different, but if we see a little bit of a shove west, that is probable. I mean, it's close. The Hurricane Center did go a few miles west, but we're talking miles. You know, nothing more than that at this point in time. But we'll see how it plays out. You know, I think by tomorrow mid-afternoon, we'll have a little bit better idea of exactly when this turn north occurred. And if there is really going to be an east turn to it before the island. Remember your center line track here, you know, if we were to go due north would brush the island. So the Hurricane Center is banking on with this track of theirs that there is a bit of an east turn before the island. All those are still a little bit up in the air. But again, direct impacts to Jamaica, highly, highly, highly probable. The forecast strength over Jamaica right now is a Category 4. Teetering, Cat 5, weakening from a 5 to a 4, but not much. The yellows and the greens, dry air. It's just less lower cloud tops on this infrared satellite imagery, right? So you see this a little bit. Some of the thunderstorm activity has faded away, right? You know, some of this convection east could be getting cut off from the main circulation. That happens a lot with these storms. You know, if you were showing signs of, oh, okay, this storm is, you know, somehow getting weaker, these lighter yellows and greens would have to begin to penetrate the inner core. And right now, if we're looking at this thing being like a shield, right, it is as concentric as it can possibly be. No drier air is anywhere near the center. And the lightning strikes are indicative of a storm that probably is still just getting stronger. You do see a little bit of a shrinking of the eye at the end, possibly the beginnings of our eye wall replacement cycle, but fluctuations in diameter of eyes with a storm this large and this massive, we see it all the time. Okay. Nassau in the house, St. Lucia in the house, Cat Island is in the house. Appreciate all my friends. All right, real quick break. I'll be back literally in just a second. Then we'll get into the 8 o'clock advisory and we'll go from there. So see you guys in just a second.
Hey, Rusty and guys
wrong
over
button.
at Meteo Mundo.
There we go. Okay, friends, we're back. We're approaching 8 o'clock, which again will be another intermediate advisory from the Hurricane Center. Get you the details on that. If you're just tuning in, I want to go over again the likely impacts across the island so you guys are fully prepared for what we could potentially see. Again, this is based off of the track right now from the Hurricane Center and the Hurricane Center's discussion and the model information that I have seen as well. Again, right now, Melissa is likely to make landfall early on Tuesday, central western sides of Jamaica as either a Category 4 or, sadly, even a potentially Category 5 hurricane, right? Winds of 130 to 160 miles an hour are likely to be felt near the center of circulation and just off towards the east. So some of these significant winds could spread into places like Maypen and Hayes and Old Harbor and Spanish Town and even Kingston and Port Moore and Halfway Tree, right? If the storm is slightly farther west, maybe it's the lower end of this, but you're still talking about sustained major hurricane force winds getting into the eastern side of the island, right? As the storm lifts north, obviously there's a little bit of land interaction, but there's not a lot to cause a lot of significant reduction in winds. So the northeast side of the island, central eastern sides of St. Aaron and St. Mary and Portland parishes, likely to still get 120 to 140 mile an hour winds, right? You know, hopefully the winds of this significant don't spread as far east as St. Thomas Parish. St. Andrew is going to be close, and Kingston, and the farther west that you go, St. Catherine and Clarendon and Manchester, they're more likely, right? But the devastation from any of these kinds of winds will be extensive, more than likely historic. It's a tough pill to swallow. Hopefully we're just as prepared as we possibly can be, right? The rainfall totals will potentially be historic again. They'll be very widespread and outrageously high in portions of the eastern side of the island. 15 to 30 inches of rain is the forecast, but locally up to 40 inches of rain in some areas, right? 375 to 1,000 millimeters with this storm. The amount of flooding and the significance of the flooding, again, may have never been seen in some of these areas. We'll see how the rain wants to develop, but considering the slow movement of the storm, being on the northeast side of the storm, especially the eastern side of the island for a longer duration, leads to the catastrophic rainfall totals that are expected. Then the storm surge is a big problem on the southern coastline. So the Kingston area, Old Harbor area, but anywhere along the east coast, east of where the landfall occurs, is likely to get 9 to 13 foot storm surge above ground level. First of all, that could be conservative, especially if it comes in as a low-end Cat 5. Right? But there is a wall of water that is likely to come in with Melissa that will be catastrophic. Again, double digit in feet, 3, 4+ meters in height moving in. That's the wall of water, but there will be waves and swells on top of that that could exacerbate the situation, right? That could push even more water inland. So the inundation of water along the southern coast in some inland areas, just depending on exactly how this wants to go up the coastline. But the orientation, right, of the Port Royal area and by the airport and the bays to the west is going to collect this water because the winds are going to be out of kind of the east-southeast and just pushing into these areas, all right? Then we look at the western side of the island. Now again, wherever the eye moves through, right, the core winds will come along. If you're just west of that, right, if there is a part of the island that misses the eye wall west, the winds will be a little bit weaker, but still extremely significant. And obviously be updating this for tomorrow, keeping a really close eye on things, right? But the northwest side of the island, St. James and Hanover parishes, probably portions of Trelawney, 90 to 120 mile an hour winds, sustained, okay? Southern sides of the island, Manchester and St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parishes, probably 120 to 140, all right? And again, the storm surge will be a little bit lower along the western edge or west of the eye because you're negating the surface winds, which will be out of the north in these areas, with the storm motion which is coming out of the south. So you don't have as much storm surge. You typically don't have as much wind, but in this scenario, right, look how significant that still is. No one on Jamaica is likely to avoid a scenario where there are impacts to your area in some form, if not multiple forms. The rainfall totals are likely to be extensive here, potentially lower than the eastern side of the island, but still 10 to 20 inches. I mean, the flooding that could be ongoing with 10 to 20 inches is, again, significant to the extreme, especially some of the interior, western, hillier areas where the water really collects quickly down to the valley areas. That kind of rainfall can lead to prominent landslides and mudslides, significant flooding, isolation of communities via washouts of roads. All of that is likely in the central and the western side of the island, even with just 10 to 20 inches of rain, but certainly a little bit lower than what the eastern side is likely to see. Just checking in with our friends in the Hurricane Center, but we don't have the 8 o'clock update yet. We can look at that together, by the way. I'll bring that on camera. "40 inches of rain, 1,000 millimeters. I hope we don't get that high, but again, that is direct messaging from the Hurricane Center. Also, for Haiti and the Dominican Republic, right? They've already had 15 to 20 inches of rain in a couple of spots. The Hurricane Center is talking about adding an additional 8 to 16, so you get to the 30 to potentially 40 inches of rain down on the peninsula and the western sides of Haiti, Lacaille, Port-au-Prince areas, southern Dominican Republic as well. A lot of storm surge and a lot of rain inundation in this area too. More rain than actual storm surge, but elevated tidal conditions, just the onshore winds lapping through and some extremely significant swells as well. Again, sustained tropical storm force conditions on the western side of the island, some gusts that are higher, which is why they're under a tropical storm warning and a hurricane watch. And those swells that I mentioned, that could be 10 to 20 feet or 3 to 6 meters. So really high-end stuff here, guys. All right, still waiting on the 8 o'clock advisory. Again, sometimes they issue it early, sometimes we're, a little bit later. By the way, the Jamaica radar is the website's basically offline. I was trying to pull up that latest for you, but it does not appear that that's going to happen. I think they have been flooded with requests. But even earlier, we could clearly see the eye, right, from the radar. And this expansive heavier rain with the tropical storm force winds in yellow and orange will just expand north as the storm gets bigger. Again, not getting closer to the island right now. It's paralleling the island due west, but we'll rotate in some of the more significant squalls late tonight and overnight into the southeast sides of the island. So St. Thomas, St. Andrew, Kingston, St. Catherine parishes, you're going to get the worst weather tonight. And then that's just going to spread north and west across the island the rest of Monday. Should start turning north throughout the day tomorrow, right? Could be a little bit earlier, into the late morning hours if it wants to take a little bit farther track west, right, which we've noted has been hinted on the models a little bit. The curve to the north would be slower, so it would be deeper into Monday. The problem with that is that any more farther west before the turn north keeps the storm over the open waters for longer. That's the other big issue, right? If it doesn't just shoot west and somehow split the gap between the Cayman Islands and Jamaica, and we just avoid the worst case scenario because it stays offshore, which again, the models are not showing. Let me be clear about that. This slower track up, because it's farther west, allows the storm to potentially even get stronger, sitting over the environmental conditions that are so conducive for development, right? So that's another scenario as to why. Again, I want people to be clear of what a west shift could really mean, and that the fact that it may not be a good scenario for a lot of folks. All right, so we have the 8 o'clock advisory. Okay, 145, but the pressure has dropped by 8 millibars to 933. So that number was where they're going to set it. Still moving west at 5. Oh, gosh, adios mio. It's not a good scenario, guys. When you have a storm, yeah, the maximum winds haven't dropped, but the central pressure has by 8 millibars in 3 hours. 933. That's already exceeding the H-WRF, which was at 938. Now again, could it weaken and whatever, but we're already, remember the half say was at 913 pressure-wise? I hope we don't get anywhere near there, but I don't like the trend. All right, so pressure is 933 millibars. Again, lower pressure, stronger storm. Deeper area of low pressure underneath all of that mess. Winds and pressure typically go hand in hand, but they don't have to go in lockstep with each other. Sometimes the pressure can drop and the maximum winds don't increase, and vice versa. But in a general sense, they do dance the same in coordination with each other. Let's see here. All right, so that's the 8 o'clock advisory. The only thing that changed was the pressure to drop another 8 millibars to 933. And that is straight from the reconnaissance aircraft. That's why they're so vital to have in this storm in real time, right? Remember, there's no track update with the intermediate advisory. We might see a shift here because the Navy does update theirs in the intermediate advisories. And typically that's just a preview of what the Hurricane Center will do for the next one. There could be a subtle difference, but it's typically not large, if at all. They're still talking for 15 to 30 inches of rain, maximum of 40. I'll bring this on for you guys. So again, latest update from the Hurricane Center. Position is 115 miles south-southwest of Kingston. Again, sustained winds 145, west at 5, pressure now 933. No changes in the watches and warnings. So the hurricane warning, beating in red in for Jamaica, the hurricane warning for the southeast sides of Cuba. Hurricane watch, which is going to be in your blue. Sorry, well, it's really yellow, but the tropical storm warning is more prominent because it's a warning, so that's the blue that you see. But they are under a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning, and then you have a part of the Cuban Peninsula that is also under a tropical storm warning. At this point in time, if you're viewing us in the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, there are no watches and warnings for you. Based on this track, it's just a matter of time. Likely by tomorrow morning, we'll start to see some kinds of watches being issued and then those turning into warnings as we get closer to the storm impacting your area, if this ends up being the track. But appreciably, because the Hurricane Center will likely feel it is, we'll start to see those being issued by tomorrow morning in those areas. Again, if you do live in the southeast Bahamas, take this storm very seriously. Same thing for Turks and Caicos and the southeast side of Cuba as well. Otherwise, guys, there's not much change here in this advisory. The one thing I did want to note is the rain. Again, right here. Melissa is expected to bring rainfall of 15 to 30 inches to portions of Jamaica, and additional rainfall of 8 to 16 inches for southern Hispaniola through Wednesday, with local storm maximum of 40 inches possible, right? So some unbelievable rain that could be falling from this storm. Eastern sides of Jamaica and portions of the peninsula of Hispaniola. My pleasure, guys. Okay. Worse than Beryl? It's a good question. And what I would say for the vast majority of the island, based on this, yes, right? Remember, Beryl was a major hurricane, but it was beginning to fluctuate just south of the island, only touched the island with its inner core winds near Treasure Beach. If you guys remember that Black River, Treasure Beach area there, portions of St. Elizabeth Parish, that was the area that got the brunt of the inner core winds. Everyone else just kind of got the outer part, but it was still significant. The rainfall and the flooding was still significant. But yes, because this is likely to be a stronger storm and to pull across the island from south to north, the more direct impacts with this storm compared to Beryl are going to be felt much farther and wider and more intensely. But unfortunately, that's the thing. I even mentioned it earlier that comparing this storm to Beryl, it's really apples and oranges, right? Unfortunately, Beryl's impacts are likely to be paltry compared to what Melissa could bring and is likely to bring. Okay. All right, my friends. So let's talk about coverage. You guys know that I'm going to be on for you live a good part of Monday into Tuesday covering this storm for you, how it tracks, wherever exactly goes, the impacts, and all of that. So this is going to be extended coverage for the next several days, likely to do some coverage in the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos on Wednesday as well, right? Again, this live stream was to prepare you for the impacts expected. Beginning tomorrow, we'll really be in storm coverage mode, really watching the weather go downhill across Jamaica and other areas and tracking those impacts for you guys in real time. Again, you saw some of the video that we had across the island. Our hope is to continue to provide you and to bring you more video and live coverage on the island for tomorrow as well. Hopefully the technology will allow us to continue to do that. We want to try to provide you the most first-person accounts of the storm as possible. Again, if you would like to be potentially a part of that collaboration process, the easiest way to get a hold of me is the email. It's myMediaMundo@gmail.com. That email address is in the description of this channel, and our moderators have put it into the chat several times as well. Again, at this point in time, tropical storm conditions are likely to move into the island overnight and stay tropical storm conditions through the first half of Monday, but deteriorating conditions throughout Monday with the hurricane conditions moving in late Monday and into Tuesday. Now, the timing of that right now, a little bit up in the air, but the weather is going to be going downhill appreciably fairly quickly throughout the day for tomorrow. So here's what's going to happen, right? Going to say goodnight for now, let my voice recover and get ready for some pretty intense long live streams the next couple days. But you guys know I got you covered, right? I will, after a quick reset time, I'll restart the weather computer. For anyone who wants to watch this late this evening and overnight, I'm just going to let it run. Tune in, listen to the jams that we got here on Media Mundo, jump into the chat, talk to each other, comfort each other, keep each other up to date, and I'll just let this run overnight, okay? And then tomorrow, at some point in time, I'm going to jump back on. Now, I don't know if that's going to be one big full live stream or whether I do a little bit of a shorter one. We take a break and then come back on as it gets closer to landfall. I'm not sure yet, but there's going to be extensive coverage on the channel. Please make sure you have your notifications on because I don't have a set time of when I'm going to go on. I'll get up in the morning. Always a lot of work to do to get these live streams together, all of the video, all of the graphics, everything to put together. It takes some time. Want to make sure that I'm really knowledgeable about what's been happening with this storm overnight before I jump on, but I'll be jumping on and I'll be covering this storm for you guys in a very pertinent way, live with you for tomorrow and then overnight as we get into Tuesday as well. So have the notifications on. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you guys haven't as of yet. I want to thank all of our members of the channel. Again, we have a few new members who joined us today. Thank you for that support. Thank you to everyone who felt the need and the desire to support the channel today via the super thanks and the super chat and the super stickers and the PayPal and the Venmo. I appreciate all of you guys to helping to support the channel and the cause that we're trying to do here across the Caribbean and the Bahamas. And thank you so much as well to all of our moderators who really helped me out in the chat. There's a lot to do as a one-man band here to get all of this done. And so for all of the moderators to come in and to make sure that questions are answered or things are pointed out or providing information for you guys, I really appreciate that. And to all of you guys as well, thank you for tuning in. To find enough from what I'm doing and of this channel to spend a part of your Sunday with me, to spend a part of your time getting information about this storm from me, it means a lot. Hopefully I'm doing a job that you deem worthy of that. And so thank you so much for taking part of your day to spend it with me. Friends, I will see you tomorrow for another extensive live stream on this storm. Again, we'll have live coverage on the island. Any impacts, any changes, we'll get into that right away, I promise you. But if you do live on Jamaica, the last note I will tell you is please take this storm as seriously as you ever have taken a storm. As of right now, the forecast is for this to be an extensive major hurricane making landfall sometime on Tuesday with direct impacts to be felt across the entire island in the form of significant hurricane force winds, feet of rain, and a deadly storm surge as well. This is life-threatening conditions we are expecting on the island beginning throughout the day tomorrow and throughout Tuesday as well. I'll always monitor the situation for our other areas, including Hispaniola, Cuba, Southeast Bahamas, and the Turks and Caicos. I'll have a lot more updates on Melissa as we go through the next couple days. Again, friends, this is a marathon. It is not a sprint with this storm as slowly as it is moving. Okay, that'll do it for right now. Appreciate you guys so much. Again, the radar live stream will start up in a little bit, and then I'll see you guys live again here on the channel sometime tomorrow. Until then, please, thank you so much. Take care, and I'll see you soon, my friends.